Good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. Thanks for joining me here today. My intro would not play. Sorry about that. Tried 6 different ways to get it to work, and it said no. It's not going to do that today. So no intro, but this will do. This will do. It's a little loud though. We'll turn it down. Good morning. Good morning. Good to have you here. Welcome. Welcome. Please file in. Take your seats, please. I think the commands should be working. Let's just check. If they're not, Mystic Mama, congratulations. First in chat this morning. That means the internet is all yours. You know what to do. You are a repeat offender when it comes to being first in chat. So thank you very much for stepping up and taking responsibility this morning. It's going to be wonderful. It really is. Let's see. Catching up here, starting at the beginning. Let's see. Taco Tuesday. Taco Tuesday today. If only Mrs. R.A. hadn't left me with an empty fridge. I'm gonna fend for myself for the next couple days as I'm feeding myself. So this should be good for me. Any suggestions? Send recipes my way. Let's keep fingers crossed. R.A. goes live and not just talking to himself today. It was close, Sharon. It really was close this morning.
Is that correct?
I have 2 different ways to play the live intro. One of them is off an SSD drive, a hard disk, a solid state disk, and the other is off a micro SD card. And neither one of them will play properly. So I'm like, you know what? I could play a third way off the computer, but that's just a little bit more much. And I said, we'll just skip it today. And we'll just begin without it. Alternate jurors, welcome. Good to have you here. Welcome, welcome. Popping in to say good morning. Like the stream, continue supporting RA. Hope you have an outstanding day. Thank you so much. I think Alternate Jurors is following the Shabusiness trial over on their channel. That would be awesome if you want to watch that there, or also with our good friend Brandy Churchwell, who is doing a fantastic job following that as well. You have all your options. But you guys are awesome. I appreciate your support, everybody. Let's see. Good to be here. Momo Shark, good to see you here. Let's see. Britta Aller. Yes, this is day 1. We're just beginning it. I believe trial starts in Texas. And the problem with Texas is it's a long way away, and the sun is barely coming up in Texas right now. So we'll see. First day of a new trial. We're waiting to get the feed lined up properly. But that'll take a little bit of time. We'll get there. It has not started yet. Let's see. Good morning, all. Is this day 1 of this trial? Can I get an update? If not, Penny, it is day 1 of this trial, and oh my goodness, can we give you an update on this? This is the case of Texas v. Darrin Lopez. Darrin Lopez is an interesting fellow. He dated Jennifer. Was it Faith? I guess her last name was Faith. After marriage, I'll have to double check on that. But he dated Jennifer in high school, and they had a little, They were a couple. You have some cute dance pictures from high school, and then time went on, and they moved apart. And Jennifer ended up getting married to this great guy and worked in the airline industry. And during this, let's see, Weather Watch just sent me something. I have to look at it. During this marriage, as it's going on, Jennifer starts reaching out to this old ex-boyfriend, and by reaching out, I mean they begin communicating and eventually start communicating like hundreds of times a day with each other, and just that in of itself wouldn't be a problem, but in the course of all this, Darrin starts receiving emails from someone who claims to be the husband of his former high school girlfriend. And these letters are abusive in nature towards, his former girlfriend, have all sorts of salacious details and, just stuff to rile up Darrin. And Darrin gets the idea in his head that Jennifer is in an abusive relationship and that things are getting worse. And and he gets the idea that he should do something about it. He drives across multiple state lines. Wasn't it multiple? He came from Tennessee to Texas. So I think he had to cover a couple states there, depending on. My geography is really bad. I'll have to look at a map. But I think he drove across a few hundreds of miles, shows up at Jennifer's house, stalks the house basically, waits outside, and then allegedly in the morning of, I think it was October 2020, he as Jennifer and her husband come outside to walk the dog or go on a walk or something in the morning, he pops up behind him and shoots him 7 times. Pop, 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 pop. Once in the groin, for good measure. And then he gets back in his car and drives away. And he ties up Jennifer, duct tapes her hand, takes her wedding ring, and then drives away. And Jennifer went on national TV and was like, please, if anybody knows anything, I need this for closure, let me know. There was a huge GoFundMe, raised $60,000, some of which went to the Hitman. Jennifer currently, I believe, is serving a life sentence. She's already been charged. Originally, it was just charged with obstruction, because she encouraged him to take the sticker off the back of his truck that made it very distinct. There's a letter T on the back of his truck. He was picked up on video camera. It's amazing. He drove down, shoots him, drives back home.
I'm not a camel.
As if nothing happened. And all this communication eventually was her undoing as the police started investigating, trying to see if there were any leads and look into, exactly what had gone on. Just crazy. Cachette, thank you. Gifted 5 memberships this morning. Great way to kick off the morning. Thank you very much, Cachette. Appreciate you very much.
Is that correct?
Let's see. I saw RA out in the wild last night. He got a super chat on Peter Trago's channel. Oh, it was just a regular chat. I didn't even super chat him, and he read it. That was awesome. I just let Peter know that the Sarah Boone letter had dropped, and he's like, "Oh, really?" So he read it there. That was good. I like Peter. I really do. I think he does good things for the LawTube community, and I like his style. I think he's opposed to a lot of the toxicity that sometimes finds its way into different areas of this. So it's good. Let's see. You guys all can hear me, right? I can see you can hear me, so we're good. It's a good sign when you talk to yourself. I know, but today is different. Today is not Monday. Today is not Monday. Julie Fraser, 3-month anniversary. Woohoo! 3 weeks into the summer holidays, and it's been rough. Are you ready for school to start? Send the wee ones away. I don't know. Mrs. RA is away with all the little RAs. He's the guy. Except for the one that moved out of state. But they're all gone. So it's just me today. It's very quiet. So if the door opens, I'm going to be a little nervous because nobody should be coming in the house right now. Let's see. Toxic says, for anyone interested, we have major documents over in Discord for this case. Yes. If Toxic, I'm going to show a couple of those that are courtesy of As the Gavel Drops. But I highly recommend, I'm not going to show everything that they have over there. There's a ton of stuff they have over on Discord. Highly recommend you go over to Discord. If you need the link, !Discord at any time, we'll get you that link, and you can get over there. But we are going to go over probably the probable cause affidavit, courtesy of As the Gavel Drops Discord. We're here hoping RA isn't sitting there talking away. Yeah, I'm just barely catching up to when you're talking. Let's see. Good morning. Good morning from Saratoga Springs, New York. Good to have you here. Let's see. Where's this trial? This is in Dallas. I believe it's Dallas, Texas. Or nearabouts. We're in the 292nd District Court. Is that it? I'll have to double check that one. The number seems to be right. Okay. I see everyone saying, I hope I have a late pass. Oh, no, everyone took seats. I'm just barely catching up in chat. That's the problem. Let's see. The man of the hour. I'm here. Late, 6 minutes late. I do apologize, but I'm here. Let's see. Hopefully nobody badmouths Dr. G. Loved the guy. He's amazing. Let's see. Bouncing back and forth between here and the TS trial. Missing y'all. Mandy, thank you very much. Hope you are able to cover everything you want to. It's funny how sometimes there's nothing on, like there's no courts you're interested in, and then other times everything happens at the same time and you have to watch for it. You got 4 devices all playing, you're trying to soak it all in. It's just how true crime works. Good morning, Julie McBride from sunny Florida. Good to have you here. Welcome. Hopefully you enjoy the sunshine and maybe the water as well if you're near. Let's see. Congrats on being gold, Mary. Mary, you went gold. Gold courthouse. That's awesome. Appreciate that. Is this going to be quite a long trial? I don't know. I don't know how long it's slated. Usually these sort of trials generally last probably less than 2 weeks. Here's what we have. We have, and we'll go over the probable cause affidavit as well, that will sort of give an idea. The more evidence they have, the longer it takes because they have to present the evidence. Sometimes they present way more evidence than they need. Hopefully they don't. I mean, if they've got this guy red-handed, okay, which they don't really. They just have some, they have a lot of very strong evidence, not circumstantial, a lot of strong evidence in this case. If they had a video of him, admitting it and doing the crime and everything, it would be a little bit quicker. But we'll see how long. We'll see what the defense is. And honestly, he's pled not guilty. He looks pretty guilty right now. Just looking at if you guys watch the 48-hour documentary, it had like 5 million views, okay, on this in the last couple of years. There is a ton of evidence that really points to Darrin and says, yeah, you're the guy. But he's saying he's not guilty. And I wonder if he's going to use some sort of defense that he thought he was doing good. Trying to eliminate an abuser. But we'll see. Amy, member for 3 months. Woohoo! Amy, thank you very much. Love your smile. Love that you're here this morning. Wonderful to have you here. Good morning, M. Kathy. Welcome. Let's see. Yes, Karen Powers. Make sure you have gifts enabled. That is the best way to win a membership. Let's see. Warrior Woman from Sydney, Australia is here. Linda Hill. Orning all. I didn't say that right, but I'm pretty sure that's morning all. maybe the spell check caught that. Are we going to take a pass on the Lisk, Rex Harmon? Have an easy day. That's going to be a while. Lisk is going to be a while before that goes to trial. They just barely arrested him. And I don't know if we'll take a pass or not. That is a very high profile murder. It's a serial killer. We haven't had a lot of those cases, and I think that's one we would be very much interested in following. I realize there's some details in there that might get a little gruesome. There will be a ton of evidence. For the years they were searching for him. And things are still unfolding. They're still performing, searches of properties. And I heard that just the other day they had jackhammers going. They're breaking up concrete. They're looking in, to see if there's more evidence that they can link him to more crimes or more missing people. Taylor's business is only 5 days. Doesn't that seem crazy short? It does, considering how long like Daryl Brooks took. The Taylor Shabusiness trial is crazy. It's going to have some content already. It's got content that is a little rough to explain to kids, and that's why we're not there. I'm pretty cool. We're so excited about our new case. Just Beth, thank you. Good, you look good in green. You really do. Love to have that new color by your case or by your name as we watch this new case. Okay. Let's see. D-Nice, when you watch how crazy fast they move through witnesses, opening statements were under 20 minutes each. That's the TS case is crazy. Weather watch. The goatee. I have fully charged my razor. I just can't bring myself to shave this morning. It was like I looked in the mirror and I thought, yeah, it's a little scruffy on the edges and it's definitely long at the bottom. It might stay for another week. It might stay. Mrs. R.A. is gone, so she can't complain about it being pokey when I give her a kiss on the lips. But we'll see. It probably will be gone before she gets back. Lizzie, I hear there are other channels out there that do some bad mouthing. What I love about this community is you guys are the best of the best. I appreciate the way you treat each other, the way you're respectful, the way you're welcoming to people. This is what makes this community so great, is you guys. Thank you so much. It would not be the same without you here. Thank you. They found the soundproof room in his house. I heard that the soundproof room, this is talking about a Lisk case, that soundproof room is actually like a vault, like a room safe. Is that? And I'm not sure. I think soundproof. I'm not sure if it was designed to be soundproof or if that was just one of the effects of having a vault. It's Facial Hair Friday podcast. Is that a challenge, Thomas? Are you competing as well? Are you gonna do the great reveal on Friday for the podcast? We missed last weekend's podcast because last week was rough for me. It was really rough. Thank you, Connie. Appreciate that. I think it starts at the bottom and it trickles up sometimes. You guys are amazing. It's in the basement. Are they saying that they? I don't know. We'll look at LISC separately. LISC is going to be, there's a lot of information that's going to be there as they put together the pieces. There's a lot of evidence that, they'll be able to link with DNA as they found, some hair strands. But I don't know. Some questions won't get answered in some of these cases. And honestly, there may be some victims that bear all the similarities of the LISC serial killer, but just are not able to be linked. And how sad is that for the family to not be able to get the justice with their child's name, on the paperwork, but might happen. Okay, let's see. Get your mug here. Battling migraine, day 3. I'm so sorry, Carrie. I'll talk a little quieter just for you. It's a walk-in gun safe. I think that's the description I heard a little bit better. But it might be soundproof as well. Interesting. Reverse phone roulette, facial hair Friday. It's all coming together. We have to figure out that phone thing. What time does this case start today? I'm looking for it right now. I'm not seeing it yet. We're probably, because it's Texas, it's probably at least 2 hours. So it's probably going to be 11, or 10 or 11 at the latest. Let's see. Search. Let's see if we have it. What is making those noises? Let's see. Okay, it looks like it's scheduled for 9 a.m. Ish. 9 a.m. ish. That's what. But we'll see. We just don't have a start time yet, so it has not started yet. We'll pick it up as it begins. 1 hour behind Eastern time. Okay, so Linda, that's better. So we're maybe half an hour out. Oh, let's see. Anyone following the Carly Russell disappearance? D. Nice, are you talking about the girl who saw the baby on the side of the road and stopped and then was abducted, and then turns out she didn't see a baby, and turns out she also wasn't abducted? That one? Is that the one you're talking about? How bizarre. How bizarre. And she's got her lawyer involved. Her story originally was like, my memory is coming back to me slowly. I'll share things as it comes available. And apparently she shared everything with her lawyer, who told everything to the public and said, there was no baby. There was no abduction. She never left town. Yeah, it was a hoax. It was a hoax, unfortunately. Okay. I have a... I don't do this very much, but I have a question for you. I have a friend here that lives near me that she's just a really cool lady that is involved in the community. That's awesome. I've talked her into making a YouTube channel. And I think she has 3 subscribers. And I think all she's posted is 3 little shorts that are, that are nothing. Her YouTube channel is focused on the fact that she is a homesteader. She's like building her own self-sufficient farm, just right side out of town with garden, all sorts of farm animals, everything. It's like a little petting zoo out there. And then she also started in downtown. She started a hardware store. She and her husband built a hardware store and just opened it up, and it's awesome. What she's doing for the community is huge. She is doing a YouTube channel that focuses on both homestead life and hardware store life, as she runs the hardware store and works there every day and is giving advice and does DIY projects there and everything. Would you guys be interested in a channel like that if you bring her out? I don't know. She's not huge on true crime. She's just so busy on the farm. But I don't know if some of you are interested. You'll follow her. Okay, let me give you her link and I think she would love it if you were interested in it. So just one second. It was going to be, okay, let me spell it. Okay, she just updated today. She has 7 videos now, and they're shorts. So give her a second. She's going to get to it. So they're almost like memes that she's posting right now. But the account is Hardware to Homestead. Hardware to Homestead, and she has let's see, she has 3 subscribers, 7 videos. But if you're interested in anything like that, don't. Can we have the link, please? Let me share this. Copy link. Okay. Airdrop to this. I'll post it. I'll post it here in chat. Just one second here. I'm getting there. Let's see. Copy. And paste. There we go. I've just posted it right here. That's her. Hardware to Homestead. I'm trying to give her advice on how to build her YouTube channel and share what she loves, which is farm animals. She just she's got a growing family. She's got a hardware store. She dives in. She used to run like a beauty salon. And then she got rid of that and now does started a hardware store. Anyway, so appreciate that. Let's see. Oh, mold being removed from attic from water pipe break. Oh, no fun. That's no fun at all. Have Bell highlighted. Thank you. That's awesome. Is it weird that most of the trials we covered that are going on at the moment is out of Texas? What is going on in the Lone Star State? It's the Wild West there, says Jaco. We have a couple states that seem to rise to the top, more often than others. I think Florida seems to have quite a bit of crime, but only I think the Sunshine Law down there is really what brings it up, is because everyone gets to hear about it. Yeah, I see the feed actually. I see a feed out of Texas as we're waiting for the trial to start. But we have Wisconsin is one of my favorites. We have a lot out of Wisconsin. Let's see, the South Carolina does have a lot as well. Ooh, we're getting started here. Let's see if we can bring some audio in here. So far, nothing. Look at the Texas flag there, hanging big and proud. Liking the layout of this courtroom. It looks fairly easy for everyone to sort of be on the objective. Counter's at 292 already. You guys are awesome. Oh my goodness. Send her a message and say that, that I sent you, so she doesn't just think, "Oh no, what happened?" So, that's just cool. Okay, let's see. All right. What county is this trial out of? I believe it's Dallas, Texas, Amanda. Is that a backwards flag? No, I think it's just hanging that way. It's vertical, and it can sort of be both ways then, right? It was an RA raid. I'll let her know. That's awesome. She texted me the other day, and she's like, "Hey, what's your YouTube channel name?" And then she says, "Never mind, I found you." And then she replied with hers. And so that's awesome. Got jury duty on the 31st this morning in Kenosha, Wisconsin. Philip, it sounds awesome. Do you know of any big trials that are happening at that time? Does Darrell Brooks have another trial up there? I think he's up in Kennewick or what's the not Kennewick. Milwaukee. I forget. I forget where he is. There's another place that he has another trial. Yes, thank you, everybody. Hour for me, and I'm on vacation this week. Amanda, I can see the wheels in your head turning as you're looking at the court thing. I could be there. Amanda, if you would like to be a court watcher, I will tell you what I tell everyone who does this. First of all, we highly recommend you participate in the legal system. I think it helps to watch it. It helps to be there. Just to know how the system works and participate as a concerned citizen, as somebody who wants to know how the justice system works. I would say make sure you follow all the rules of the court. be respectful. As if there's a dress code, and some judges might have a dress code where they say no shorts, no t-shirts with logos. Just follow all that to the best you can. That will keep you in the good graces of the bailiffs, and it will probably help you get a good seat or be able to get in when you want to get in. So it's fantastic that way. But okay, their comments are set. I'll have to tell her how to do that. I'll send her a text. Thank you very much, Red Pen. Anyway, so I would say do that. Take notes. Find out what the rules are regarding electronics. Every court is different. So if you've been to a court before that allowed you to take pictures from the gallery, the next court you go to, maybe even in the same courthouse, could have completely different rules. And the judge could say no phones allowed at all. If it comes out of your pocket, we confiscate it. Let's see. New link in mod chat. I will update Discord right now. Let me turn this off. Remind me to turn chat back on so I don't forget. Let's see. Mod chat, new link. Just waiting for court to begin here, and we'll pick this up. Okay. There it is. Airdrop it to that computer. Bing! It just popped in. Copy. Close that one down. Okay. I will tell you this lady, I'm not sure if she's going to give out her name, so I haven't given out her name for her. But she is the kindest person I've met. She's amazing. She really is. She is concerned about everybody, just everybody's friend. Very helpful. I can't go into all the details because I don't know what she wants to reveal about her personal life, and I'm not trying to, reveal that. But she's the sort of person, if you met on the street, she would stop you and say hi, even if you were walking by. So I hope you enjoy her channel, and I hope she does some great stuff there. So, okay, let's see. Someone want to test the. I'll turn chat back on here. Someone want to test the Discord link and just make sure that the proper link comes up. That would be fantastic. Let's see, Phil. Schroeder, what's up here? Let's see, that's our second home. No big trials that I know of, but I've been assigned to Judge Schroeder's courtroom. I thought he was doing mostly civil work. So is it possible you're in a civil trial, or is it a criminal trial? I think the last, the ZA case was his last big criminal case. Some people say that, he should have quit before then. But I thought he was sort of phasing out of the criminal trial and moving on to civil as he sort of winds down his career. Okay, there's the Discord. Is that the new one? That looks like the new one. Civil trial would be a headache. Sometimes they are. Sometimes they're sleepers. You get some greatness out of it. Think of Gwyneth Paltrow. That had some good moments in it. Discord link worked for me. Thank you very much. Wonderful. Glad to have that fixed. Now anyone who needs to get in there can get that. I'm excited to have a new trial with you guys. This is exciting. This will be an option for everybody other than who maybe don't want the adult content, or I guess it's sexually related content that is going to be pervasive in the Taylor's business trial. So this should be an option that way. Although we may have, I'll warn you, we may have in the communication, because there will be a lot of communications between Jennifer and the defendant, Darrin. There may be some content in there that is somewhat sexual in nature, as they were texting back and forth excessively for a long time. Let's see. Yeah, if you see Judge Schroeder, just say, hey. We were here already. Do we need to read the Discord if we were already there? I would highly recommend, if you have not been in Discord. Let's see. Sorry, I'm getting a message from my son. Oh, she needs the Airbnb code. Yes, she will need that. Just one second. Let's see. Otherwise, she's not going to be able to get into where she's staying. Airbnb. Take that picture. And I'll text it to my son. Okay, there we go. They should be good. All right. Lots of cell bright coming our way. Unfortunately, there will be a lot of cell data. They are, Greeners, you're absolutely right on this as well. They were able to track Darrin's movements almost every step of the way, from when he left his house till when he showed up, till committed the crime allegedly, and then drove back to his house. And they basically have a map with every single step, every place he stopped, everywhere he got gas. They have video of him all along wearing the same outfit that was that he wore when he did the shooting. And here's the interesting part. Listen, Jennifer. Okay, after she orchestrated, she's in prison for this already. She's convicted. After she orchestrated this hit on her husband, she described to the police officer the shooter. And she didn't throw him off the scent and say, oh, it was something else. No, she literally described him. Eye color, the color of mask he's wearing, just all these details. She was telling the truth. It's like she's trying to get the shooter caught. It's bizarre. It's bizarre, and I can't wait to go into that a little bit. Weather Watch says, I hope the AC in court is working. 108 heat index today in Dallas. Hot with plenty of sun. Danger of dehydration and heat stroke if outside for extended periods of time. Hopefully the jury does not have to wait too far outside. Let's see. The lady who runs the Homestead channel just texted me. She wants to do something community-oriented. So she wants me to live stream a political thing, which I realize would not be on this channel because it's pickles, not politics. But the mayoral race for our little town is coming up, and she's all about involvement there. She wants to host a live stream, a Q&A, so everyone can participate and ask questions. Anyway, so we will do that, but not on this channel. You be sure to use the term RA raid in your reply. She said, I sent you a few subscribers. She said, I was wondering where they came from. I would like to do a live stream of our cows. All right, that's awesome. We're going to get her up and going. We'll get this working. Let's see, it's so hot here. Luckily, my daughter has cheer camp instead of tennis practice this week. Cheer camp can be rough too, as long as it's not outside. Sometimes some of those. I'm thinking more bands. The band practice is brutal in the heat, especially in full uniform. Some of these colleges and high schools, that's rough. All right, field trip to the cow pasture. I love it. I've been out to her place a couple times. I was out there. She's the one that wanted me to run for mayor. Anyway, she's awesome. Might do a cow pasture live stream. That would just be awesome. Her cows are sweet as can be. Okay, so we've got the feed from the courtroom. No audio yet. Did you drive a bus through her fields? Red pen. That would get me in her bad graces, not her good graces. All right. What time does court start? 9 a.m.? Yes, we're about 20 minutes out, I think, before it actually begins, because they're an hour behind us. It's nice to not have a huge delay, like the Arizona one, where we were on Pacific time. My granddaughter started band camp yesterday, 9 to 9. Tomorrow will be 95 in Seaverville with the Smokies humidity. Oh, my goodness, Carolyn. Hopefully their leader it keeps them very well hydrated and cooled off. Will do if they allow to funny. I spoke with Judge Bailiff, told him I followed his trial on your YouTube channel called Recovery Addicts. Got a big smile as he went to tell the judge. That's awesome, Philip. That's great. If you're able to talk to him, let him know. We'd love to have him on and interview him. So, but obviously maybe after his trial's over. Got a little bit of motion out of the courtroom. Yeah. I can't do politics on this channel, just pickles, Eric. But yeah, I do. I get what you're saying. It does sort of run in the family a little bit. No field hopping here. I'm excited for this trial. I'm so excited. It's been a long time. Sean Davies, is it Sean? Sion. I apologize. This trial is a murder for hire trial, sort of. It's a hitman, but as you get into the details of the case, Jennifer orchestrated. Jennifer was the wife. The husband, whose name escapes me, was it Jeff? I don't remember his name. Just off the top of my head, I'm blanking it. We might get into the probable cause affidavit. That would be. Let's see, do I have time? I think we've got time to do that. Let's do this. Let me bring in. Let's go over here. Nope, that's not it. Let's see, 5. That should be 7. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 should be live, and I'm not getting anything. Let's go back to here. Okay, now it shows live. Preview. Man, I'm getting nothing. Let's try on channel 8. Man, I might have to restart my switcher. That's not good. Okay. Well, we'll go back to court here just briefly while we're waiting. I will read you what I can of this probable cause affidavit. Yeah, that's frustrating. Maybe it's just complaining about the heat. But Sean, so what we have is an ex-boyfriend from high school who traveled across state lines and killed the husband of Jennifer. Shot him 7 times. And just bam, 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 bam. It was fast. And we have the sound of the shooting on security camera audio. So we have that. Jury just got questionnaire. James Faith is the victim. Okay, I was thinking Jeff. I knew it was a J. Thank you, Samantha, for that. So James was shot and killed instantly. That was very quick. Darrin Lopez, as Amber says, is a former U.S. Army soldier. Jennifer tricked him into believing that James was abusive, that she was being abused every way imaginable by him, and she even went so far as to write emails to Darrin as if they came from James, claiming to want to abuse her further, and that he wanted James to watch her be abused. It's bizarre. It's sick and it's twisted. It is. But through these letters, at the same time, Darrin is like, hey, I say the word and I can make this guy go away type thing. And she's like, no, don't do that. I wouldn't want you to do that. So she's telling him no at the same time. She's sending him all this stuff that's getting him riled up. Eventually, I don't know if she actually said go ahead with it or if he just made the decision on his own that he could take no more and was going to, get rid of this guy. But he did it. And let's see, put a pin in it quick. Which one do I need to pin? Hang on, let me scroll up. What do I need to pin? Let's see, here we go. This one here, pin message. There we go. Anyway, so Darrin was tricked into thinking that he was shooting somebody that deserved it in his mind. 2 shots to the head, 2 shots to the chest, 1 shot to the groin. I think he missed a couple. Just doing by the counting of the shots, I think he did miss 2, maybe. But there was, ouch on the shots, for sure. Will Jennifer be a witness? I don't know. We'll have to look and see if she's on the... Will she be charged? She's already charged. She is already serving time. Originally, it was just for obstruction. I think they upgraded that to murder. So she's already convicted and serving, I believe, a life sentence on this one. She's in jail in Alabama. He goes by Jamie, just FYI. Okay, thank you, KT. I do apologize. I'm not getting the names right. Let's see, Sion or Sean, either way, you're welcome. Thanks for asking the question. No bad questions here. Let's see. Her first husband said she did the same stuff to him. He wised up and got away from her, but it's in the 48 Hours episode. If you haven't watched that 48-hour episode, it's like an hour long. Watch it on double speed if you have to. 20 minutes to get you caught up, and it's bizarre. It includes information about the GoFundMe that was set up that rapidly grew to over $60,000. And she got that money, and she spent it. And there's, looking at just Jennifer, there's more going on where she was trying to get access to $200,000 of her now deceased husband's life insurance or money or something. There was life insurance she tried to claim and was not able to because she was still a suspect. And so she calls up the cops. She's like, why haven't you cleared me yet? It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. This is a case that will be interesting to follow. She's doing life without parole. Yeah, the plot thickens. There's a lot to it. So because there's a lot to it, it could take a little bit of time to unfold, but it's going to be a great case, I think. They say Lopez is a disabled vet. He has, I think he suffered from PTSD. I don't know if he has any other disabilities that way. PTSD is definitely, something serious and real. I think that's our judge. That's the judge in this case in 292. Anyway, she took a plea on that one because she did not want the death penalty. So she took a plea to get the death penalty off the table, and so she's doing life without parole. The wife had watched too much Snapped. Carol, she had everything going for her. She had a husband who was, by all accounts, very loving. There was no issues of infidelity that I've heard of. He was earning great money. She was financially secure. It was like a picture perfect family, other than these texts going on back and forth between her and her high school boyfriend, and then what she drove him to do, allegedly. Watch the special Samantha posted yesterday. It's a good one. It's had 5 million views. A lot of people have seen this. So you've probably, even if you haven't heard this case before, if you watch the special again, you're like, yeah, I heard this. I saw this on the news. It happened in 2020. Toxic says we're 92 members away from reaching 2,000 members in Discord. Please consider joining and helping us reach our goal. Yes, and if you're able, it's also very beneficial to them if you're able to boost the channel over on Discord. A boost is like a super chat or a membership here on YouTube. What it does is it allows them to have additional storage space and some of the features that they really love and do a great job with over there on the Discord. So consider that as well. If you find that useful, that would be very much appreciated. She asked for money to be put in her commissary. $200,000. She wants, can you add $200,000 to my tab here at the jail? She's going to live like a queen on whatever's available in the jail. Is this life in prison or death penalty? I believe we have death penalty on this one. Can someone confirm? Let me just see. I'm reading the probable cause affidavit, but I'm not sure. This is just the arrest warrant. Okay. They believe that on or about October 9th, 2020, the suspect, Darrin Lopez, did then and there in the city of Dallas, error reference source not found. There's some errors in here. Dallas County, Texas, commit the offense of murder, a violation of section 19.02 in the Penal Code and F1. So I believe the death penalty is on the table for this one. On October 9th at approximately 7:35 a.m., suspect Darrin Lopez committed the offense of murder against complainant James Faith in the 1000 block of Waverly Drive in Dallas, Texas. Police officers responded to the shooting. Upon arrival, they observed the James Faith lying on the ground, suffering from what appeared to be multiple gunshot wounds. They arrived at the scene and pronounced the complainant deceased. During the investigation, it was learned that the complainant left his residence with his wife, witness Jennifer Faith, to walk their dog. While walking their dog, a masked suspect approached them and shot the complainant, causing his death. Multiple witnesses observed the suspect enter a black Nissan truck and flee the scene immediately after the offense. Detectives received a photo of the suspect vehicle from one of the witnesses. The vehicle in the photograph appeared to be black, older model, Nissan Titan truck that had a white T emblem in the lower left corner side of the rear windshield. Detectives interviewed witness Faith, who stated she exited out of her residence with her dog and the complainant followed behind her. Witness Faith stated she heard the sound of footsteps coming up behind them and turned around to observe a suspect pointing a handgun at the complainant. The suspect then shot the complainant multiple times, causing him to fall to the ground. Witness Faith stated that the suspect attacked her, placed duct tape around her hands, and began striking her with the palm of his hands while she was on the ground. Witness Faith stated that the suspect also tried taking her jewelry but was unsuccessful as she screamed for help. The suspect then fled the location. Witness Faith stated she was unable to identify the suspect because he was wearing a hooded jacket or sweatshirt and a blue face mask. The exact same face mask he was wearing at a gas station on the way down. Let's see. Jamie Latorno says, good morning. Love this channel. Thank you for all you do. R.A. Latorno. I got it before I read the pronunciation guide. That's the all my years of French training coming out. It is French, right? Let's see. Carol, thank you. We are back in the saddle again, like the song says. It's all about the money. Jamie's worth $1 million dead. $1 million dead. She had plenty of money, but she wanted more. That's how it was presented in the 48-hour special. Lopez sustained traumatic brain injury in Iraq on the tour of duty there. He was in a, I think his unit got hit by a roadside bomb or an explosion of some kind, and I believe 19 members of his military unit were killed. He survived with that TBI. Yeah, just crazy. Lots of details here. Is this basically a case of no defense argument or just trying to argue out of death penalty? Well, I think, I don't know. We'll see what the defense comes up with their theory of defense as they do their open. But you would have think he would have wanted a plea if he was just trying to argue out of the death penalty and taken a plea and save the court time. That's our judge. He's quite shiny on the top end under these bright lights. Men and women who do this are evil. So sad for the children. Tracy, yeah, it's terribly sad. First of all, there is a daughter involved who still speaks to her mother, from what I've heard. But I believe I think she's an adult now, or she's living with other family. But yeah, it's interesting. Pronounce something correctly. Yeah, mark that in your journals, guys. I got it the first try without pronunciation guide. Let's see. Where are we at here? I'm going to watch the trial as a jury member, I think, and try not to know anything more about it since I don't know anything yet. I love doing that. Sometimes just coming in cold and sitting down and being introduced to the players by the judge is fun to see it with new eyes and be like, okay, I know nothing. Just let me just observe and learn and listen. And that is a fun way to watch trial. I'll watch the episode once the trial is over.
Is that correct?
That's correct. Miss Kitty, you are right. Tons of info there on Discord on just about every trial, every case you can imagine. I think we might have some action here. Judge is thinking it over. We're still waiting for audio to come in, but hopefully the audio is great. If not, we'll do some touch-up on it and get it as good as we can. Check your Facebook DM. I sent you some photos. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. A ton of photos. The fun thing of this one, when the police were looking, and this is from one of Amber's photos, and I'll share this with you guys later on, and it will be shared in court as well. But when the police were looking for the suspect, the tip about the truck, the white letter T in the back window of the truck, they just thought this was the Texas Rangers or something. It's something to do with Texas. The T meant Texas, and no, it meant Tennessee Titans, and it was a Titan as well. I think the truck was. But the Google Earth image or the aerial images they took of the area when they finally did zoom in on they found out about the boyfriend, found out about that he owned a truck like that. They zoom in, you can see the sticker in the window from the aerial image, which is fun. Oh man, lots of stuff. Amber, thank you very much. A ton of pictures just got sent over. Let me see if I can see what is that 5, 6, 7, 8. I'm not getting any feed from my other devices, which was sad because I was going to use my iPad to draw and make illustrations about what's happening. Let's see if I can bring this one up. This is camera 3. Yeah, I'm going to have to reboot my switcher, but I can't do that till lunchtime because it would kill the feed. That just makes it slightly difficult to share some of the pictures, but we'll get there. We'll get through this. All right, court is about to begin. They have about 4 minutes here, and we'll start. I don't know the scheduling of this trial. Amber, do you have that on the top of your head? Speaking of spicy, have you ever tried spicy peaches by Harvest, which might be carried at Walmart? They're delicious and so spicy. I haven't. I've actually that's one of the foods I have in my fridge to eat is peaches. I have a lot of peaches to eat. I like them, especially blended up with ice cream. Make a peach shake. That's good. Can't go wrong there. I freaked out a little. I didn't know what was behind Recovery Addict. Oh, the chair? Sorry. Let's see. Awesome, Toxic. We're going to get you there. 2,000. That's the goal, right? If you haven't hit it already, that would be neat. Whoa. There's our defendant. Looks like we have multiple camera angles, which is just fantastic.
You all can be seated. We're standing for you, members of the jury.
The jury's standing there. Boost some audio here.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, good morning. I want to reiterate some of the things that I said to you yesterday. I know you could have said something to get off of jury service, but you didn't, and I am truly grateful for your willingness to serve today and for coming back. I always worry about that. You will recall that the very first order of business for a trial is that I swear you in as jurors. The oath that we discussed yesterday, I'm going to give to you now. So if you would please raise your right hand. Do you and each of you solemnly swear that you will a true verdict render according to the law and the evidence in this case? If you do, please say, I do or I will.
I do.
Thank you very much. Y'all can put your hands down. That is how we officially kick off a trial here in Texas. The next order of business will be that the state, since they have the burden of proof, will arraign the defendant. He will enter a plea of not guilty, and then we'll hear opening statements. And it is my understanding that Ms. Mitchell will open on behalf of the state, and Mr. Sanchez will open on behalf of the defense. Remember, what the lawyers say is a roadmap to their case. It's not evidence. The evidence comes from the witness stand, but it will give you an idea of where each side intends to go. And after that, we'll start with testimony. Ms. Mitchell, is the state ready?
State's ready, Your Honor.
And the defense?
We're ready, Your Honor.
Very good. If you all would please remain standing and please arraign the defendant.
In the name, by the authority of the state of Texas, the grand jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the January term AD 2021 of the 292nd Judicial District Court for said county, upon its oath, do present in and to said court at said term that Darrin Lopez, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 9th day of October 2020, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully then and there, intentionally and knowingly cause the death of James Faith, an individual, hereinafter called deceased, by shooting deceased with a firearm.
Why is she turning around?
And further, did unlawfully then and there intend to cause serious bodily injury to James Faith, hereinafter called deceased, and did then and there commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, by shooting deceased with a firearm, a deadly weapon, and did thereby cause the death of James Faith, an individual, against the peace and dignity of the state. Signed the foreman of the grand jury.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. Mr. Sanchez, how does your client plead? Guilty or not guilty?
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, not guilty.
Thank you all very much. You may be seated. The
He's
court will
standing at
recognize the
attention.
Honorable Brandy Mitchell on behalf of the state. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Counsel, co-counsel.
Here we go with
Darrin
opening
Lopez
statements.
met Jennifer Faith over 30 years ago. They went to high school together in Tucson, Arizona. They dated, they fell in love, they went to prom together, they even went to Europe on a school band trip together. But as life happens, their lives moved on separately. Darrin Lopez went into the Army after high school, where he trained and learned and focused himself to become a member of the Special Forces. He was good at it. He was a medic, And he was trained to be a medic, and he was trained in intelligence and intel gathering and interrogations and everything you think of in the special forces that is needed for successful missions. And he did do those missions. He went on several combat missions. In fact, he and his team were injured in a mission around 2005 overseas by a car bomb explosion. He continues in the military after that. That was around 2005. During this time, he meets and marries Rebecca Lopez, has 2 stepdaughters, and then he has 3 more children with Rebecca Lopez after that. And they live in Tennessee while he's in the military, and then when he retires in the military around 2013, they continue to live in Tennessee, about an hour outside of Nashville. Meanwhile, Jennifer Faith has gone off to college, married, had a child named Amber. That marriage ended, and at some point later, Jennifer Faith meets James Faith through a man named Jeremy Gebler. This is around 2005. They marry in 2012. They are living in Phoenix, Arizona at the time. After they get married, around 2017, they moved to Dallas, Texas, in the Oak Cliff area of Dallas, where Jamie Faith has been moved with his job at American Airlines, a high-end IT managing director job. He has moved here to be at the headquarters of American Airlines. All right, so Jennifer Faith and James Faith are married, living in Dallas. Darrin Lopez is living in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, outside of Nashville. Around January of 2020, Darrin, who is now separated from his wife, Rebecca Lopez, starts looking for his long-lost love, Jennifer Faith. He reaches out and he finally connects with her via the internet around March 17th of 2020, via LinkedIn. He sends her a message, and at first she is a little startled and a little wary, but then he uses a nickname that he used for her in high school to make her feel more at ease, and that it was him, Angel. They then swap emails and they swap phone numbers, and they start communicating almost immediately. A lot of communication. Darrin is pursuing Jennifer Faith, and you will see these emails and the texts that are left. He is pursuing her. He wants her to come visit him. He wants to make passionate love to her, knowing she's married, and he wants her and him to eventually be together. These texts, emails, get increasingly sexual in nature, and increasingly violent in nature, and increasingly graphic in nature. They are playing out fantasies. They are playing out sexual fantasies, back and forth with each other. And part of the sexual fantasy, and part of the fantasy, as part of it, Jennifer Faith does indeed create 2 fake email accounts. One of her husband, Jamie Faith, and the second one of a good friend of hers and co-worker, Rob Schmidt, who she's known for a long time. James Faith and Rob Schmidt have no idea that these fake emails have been created.
This is so sick.
No idea at all. The communication is between Jennifer Faith and Darrin Lopez. Between them, and then going in between these fake email accounts. And these fantasies continue, and the role-playing continues. And you're going to see these fake emails, as well as the other ones, and you're going to see the abuse and the sexual nature that is alleged in these emails. But ladies and gentlemen, abuse became the fantasy. And they played it out over and over and over again, from late March, early April, all the way to October 8th, where their communication, normally dramatically high, decreases and almost stops abruptly on October 8th of 2020. And that is when Darrin Lopez drives from Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee, to Dallas, Texas, to Oak Cliff, around a 11-hour drive, 10, 11-hour drive, all through the night. He takes his Smith & Wesson, his handgun with him. He drives through the night. He makes it to Waverly Place, the street that they live on in Oak Cliff, around 2:30 in the morning. He lays in wait outside of her house and next to the house next door. And he just waits and creeps around and waits and waits for 5 hours until at 7:30 in the morning, James Faith and Jennifer Faith leave to walk their dog like they normally do. They take a left, which is what they normally do, and before James Faith can get down, not even a block, heck, not even one house, he is in front of their next door neighbor's house. He is ambushed by Darrin Lopez. Completely ambushed. He is shot 7 times and left dead on that street. He makes a show then of doing some duct tape on Jennifer Faith's hands to make it look like some sort of robbery. And then he takes off back in his truck and drives straight back to Tennessee, where their communication starts up again. And the nature of their communication becomes sexual and graphic, and it starts up again all the way up until his arrest. Ladies and gentlemen, the abuse was the fantasy. They played this out through calls, phone, text, emails. They were role-playing. They were enjoying it. It was all part of the fantasy. The violent, graphic nature of this was part of it. And it is that violent part that led Darrin Lopez to drive from Tennessee to Texas through the night, ambush, and kill Jamie Faith. Without any reason, without any explanation, without any basis, except to be with Jennifer Faith. Ladies and gentlemen, there's but one victim in this case, and his name is James Faith.
Love that she had all that memorized, was able to.
You may proceed whenever you're ready.
May it please the court, counsel. Good morning.
Good morning.
Opening arguments, as the judge said, are not evidence, but it's the opportunity for both sides to be able to give you some of a way of what we think is going to be the evidence is going to show. So what I tell you is this whole story that it was fantasy playing. At the end of this evidence, you're going to find out that it's not. You're about to hear one of the most heart-wrenching, tragic cases anybody's ever heard in this courthouse. You're going to hear about, yes, Jamie Faith on one side. You're going to hear about Darrin Lopez on the other side. And in the middle, you have Jennifer Faith. Now, during jury selection, they told you that she wasn't on trial, but she will be on trial. Her actions will be on trial. And it's going to be important for you all to know what she did in order to manipulate, deceive, and lie to Darrin Lopez, to lie to her family, to lie to law enforcement. You're going to hear all those things. So what do you have? You have Jennifer, who was Darrin Lopez's girlfriend back in high school. They went to prom together. The evidence is going to show that she was important to Darrin. So important that she's what got him through his deployments in Iraq and other countries. She's what got him through the memory of her, what got her through the suffering that he had to go through as part of his service to the United States of America. So important that he had to create, in his mind, Darrin, War Darrin, and Home Darrin. So important that he listed her on documents as somebody who should be contacted if anything ever happened to him, so he could keep his war life and his home life separate. So, just like the state said, they dated, they were in love. Darrin kissed her under the Eiffel Tower, and that was one of the memories that got him through a lot of things. That was one of the memories that he held on to in case he was tortured in Iraq or in other war-torn countries where he was called to serve. That's how important she was to her, that he kept those memories to be able to withstand interrogation and torture. You're going to hear about that. The evidence is going to show that. The credible evidence is going to show that. So he comes back to Tennessee, and he and his wife separate. A lot of it due to the fact that Mr. Lopez, a decorated war hero, had suffered traumatic brain injury and suffered from PTSD. Enough so that it's documented. It's documented by the military records that you're going to see in this case. And he was eventually led him to be 100% discharged on disability due to his traumatic brain injury and his PTSD, his post-traumatic stress disorder. And the reason you're going to find that to be important, it's because those disorders, because of that, his broken mind perceives danger differently than you and I. That's going to be very important, and you're going to hear about that. The evidence is going to show you that that is true, that it's not made up. Sometimes people come down here and they say, "Oh, I might have PTSD," when in reality they don't. But this is documented. This is not something you're going to have to wonder if it's really true or not. So he's back in Tennessee. He's been separated from his wife from about 2018, and he's trying to meet people. The other thing too is that we have to remember is that this is March of 2020 when the whole world got shut down. This is when COVID started. So you have Darrin at his farm, isolated from his friends for the most part because he can't go out and do the things he used to do. And he's on the internet trying to meet people. And he decides to reach out and talk, see if he can find Jennifer. And he does. He finds her through LinkedIn. After he meets, connects with her, and she's receptive to it. At first, she wasn't sure if it was really him, but she's receptive to his reaching out to her, and they do start an emotional affair.
They found
the evidence will show that right from the beginning, she started asking him about his traumatic brain injury and his PTSD. The evidence will show she went as far as to ask for him to send her his medical records. And the reason that's important, you're going to find out, is because she has a background. She works at a rehab center where she treats people. She even tells Darrin that she's treated people with his similar injuries and conditions. So right from the very beginning, she asks about this. And then she moves on to have conversations with him, and then she creates these fake email accounts. And they're not, the evidence is going to show that this is not any kind of role playing. You'll be able to see those emails. She creates these fake emails, and she makes one for Jamie Faith. And she ends up emailing Darrin, or forwarding Darrin, an email purported to be from Jamie, where he asked her to be on this certain diet. It was a diet plan. And this was a way to get Darrin his email address and to make it look like it was real. Look at what he's sending me. That's not any kind of sexual nature. This is a way for her to make Darrin believe that those emails were really coming from Jamie. So as they go on and talk, yes, from the very beginning, she starts to ramp up to Darrin and deceive him to believe that Jamie was abusing her sexually and physically, that he was subjecting her to gang rapes. And Darrin is in Tennessee. Darrin in Tennessee can't do much. Again, this is during COVID. He's in Tennessee, he lives far from Dallas, and he starts to tell Jennifer that she needs to call the police. And he even goes as far to tell her, if you're not going to do it, I'm going to call the police. But then Jennifer would always say, don't call the police because it'll go worse for me. Don't call the police because of Amber, her daughter. She says, I don't want her to know what kind of person her father is, so I'm trying to protect her from him knowing, have the police come in and ask questions. When she starts to think that Darrin is really going to call the police, when she starts to believe that that's the case, she introduces Rob Schmidt to Darrin, gives Darrin the email. This is a friend of mine. This is somebody who I've worked for 15 years. I see if he can help. So Darrin starts to communicate with who he believes to be Rob Schmidt. And the person that he believes to be Rob Schmidt starts to tell Darrin, you know what, I'll talk to him, I'll get him to stop, and even if you call the police, Jennifer's going to deny it, she won't cooperate because she's trying to protect Amber from knowing about her father the way he really is. Every time that Darrin wanted to involve law enforcement, Rob Schmidt would appear in emails and say that he was going to take care of it. At some point saying he had taken care of it. And if this is some kind of role play, which is what they're going to argue, you'll see that Rob Schmidt begins to send emails to Darrin too, saying, hey, the abuse has happened again, it started again, she doesn't want you to know these things, but it's getting bad. So Darrin is in Tennessee receiving all this information and already thinking that she's being abused and gang raped and that she's in danger. In danger from his point of view. The evidence is going to show that from his point of view, he really felt that she was in danger due to the way his mind works. So as we go along in time, in August and then get to October, the evidence is going to show that in October or late September, Jennifer tells Darrin that he had cut her hair and that it had gotten worse and that he must have snapped. And he had held her underwater while he asked for oral sex. You're going to see evidence that that's what Darrin was told. You're going to see evidence that he believed that after the oral sex underwater, that Jennifer had to be given CPR to bring it back. So at this point, Darrin really believes that she's in danger of death and in danger of further physical abuse. The evidence will show that Darrin believed that because of things that were told to him and emailed to him, that October 9th was a special day for Jamie. That it was going to be the anniversary of them meeting, of Jamie and Jennifer meeting, and that he had something special in store for her. That he was going to have her give oral sex to 7 guys, 7 of his friends that he already had told that he had done in the past, that basically sold them to her, to them, or let them do whatever they wanted to her. That he was going to have 7 of his friends repeat the oral sex underwater on October 9th as a present to her for them, their anniversary of them meeting. And that's very important because at that moment, that's when she asked him, I can't have this happen to me anymore. You need to come down here and take care of it. And she took advantage of his nature as a medic, as a protector. Somebody who would sew up people in the battlefield. Somebody who would sew up even enemy combatants. That was part of his nature, to take care of people. So she takes advantage of him as a protector, asks him to come down and protect me from this danger that I'm about to go through. So Darrin, that's why he gets in his car, comes straight to Dallas. She tells him, you can't come into the house because Amber's here. She also had indicated to him that he would also abuse her on their dog walks. This information that the federal government received, this is information that law enforcement received. This is what you're going to hear. And that he felt at that time, in order to save her, he had to act immediately and take care of the threat. The perceived threat, what he truly believed, and this was all beliefs that he held because of the lies that Jennifer had fed him herself and through the purported Rob Schmidt and the purported Jamie Faye. And a reasonable person would have believed that at the time, even if he didn't have PTSD. So at that point he acted, and when he came out of the house, he had to take care of the apparent threat, the apparent danger, and shoot him. And he shot him in the head, he shot him in the torso, and he shot him in the groin as retaliation for the sexual abuse that he believed she had gone through. The evidence is going to show that after Darrin was arrested, he still believed that it was true, that she was being abused. It took a long time for him to believe that he had been played by Jennifer. He didn't believe that he had been played until he was able to see documentation that Jennifer had finally admitted that she had made up the fake emails and that she had lied to Darrin. You're going to hear that evidence. Okay? You're going to hear evidence that once Jennifer got wind that Darrin might be cooperating with the federal government, when she got wind of that, she made one last-ditch effort to try to convince him that she was telling the truth. You're going to see a letter, and you're going to read. That was sent by Jennifer to Darrin in the jail, where she says, "Don't believe what people are saying. Don't believe I didn't make up any fake emails. That's people were making that up. It's not true." This was her last-ditch effort to try to keep Darrin from telling the truth in his cooperation with the federal government. After she was finally figured out that Darrin was no longer going to go along with her in anything, now that he had figured out what really happened, and he was devastated, by the way, when he found out that that Jamie was really not the person that she portrayed him to be, or the monster that she portrayed him to be. But once she figured out that Darrin was not going to play her game or lie for her and tell the truth as to why it really happened and how she manipulated him, she finally had to plead in federal court. And she filed.
Objection to any actions after this on Jennifer Faith, Your Honor, an opening statement.
Sustained.
You're going to hear evidence that she admits to it all. Okay? That she finally admits to it all. And even after she admits to it all, she still
Objection, Your Honor, as to what she did after the arrest of Darrin Lopez. We are on trial for Darrin Lopez. An opening statement.
The objection is sustained at this point. Parties can approach the bench if they feel like this is going to be admissible at a later point in trial, but I'm going to instruct you not to get into it right now.
Thank you, Ron. After both sides rest and you've heard the real story and the credible evidence, we're going to ask you to find Darrin not guilty. Because at the time that he acted, he had a true belief in his mind that she was in apparent danger, and he acted upon it.
Wow.
Because the real guilty person is Jennifer Faith.
Is already
She's
locked
the
up.
real guilty person here.
So they're just saying
Sanchez, Ms. Mitchell, call your first witness.
Thank you, Your Honor.
that
Members of the
basically.
gallery, please make sure that your cell phones are off. That doesn't mean vibrate. That means off.
Okay, no cell phones in the gallery.
Radio silence, or whatever they call that, airplane mode, got to be turned off. Anybody failing to comply with that will be removed from the courtroom.
Thank you.
Okay.
State calls Jason Snyder.
So the defense they're going with is basically the same defense
Jason
that
Snyder.
that you have.
Please
It's
come
like
to the front
self-defense,
of
but
the
you're stepping in for somebody else.
It's like you're on deck. You can exit the courtroom, sir. We'll call you in. We'll call you in at a later time. You'll need to exit the courtroom.
Oh, sorry.
We're going to call you next, apparently.
Wrong witness came in.
Hi. Mr. Snyder?
Yes.
Please come up to the front of the courtroom. Appreciate that. Watch out for the cords, and before you have a seat, could you turn and face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. You're responding to questions first from Ms. Mitchell, who's in front of you, perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yeah.
I don't think
Jason
it's-
Snyder, JASON SNYDER.
All right. And Jason, do you know a Jennifer and Jamie Faith?
I do.
Okay. And how did you know them?
I met them back in 2006 when they came to enroll Jennifer's daughter in my dance studio.
All right. And this is when, do you remember about what year that was?
2006.
Okay. And this is when you guys were all living in Arizona?
Correct.
Okay. Phoenix area?
Yes.
All right. Were they married at the time, Jennifer and Jamie Faith?
They were not, no.
All right. But Jennifer Faith had a stepdaughter, or I'm sorry, had a daughter named Amber, correct?
Correct.
Do you remember about how old Amber was when they enrolled her in the dance school?
I'm guessing maybe around 8 or 9.
Okay. And from there, would you have encounters with James Faith?
Yeah, I would. He would, most of the time he would drop her off or pick her up and, hang out during the time that she was in class. So we would, that's kind of how we got to know each other and, became friends.
Okay, and
Yes.
you became friends with Jennifer Faith as well?
Correct.
Okay, and would you guys go out to dinner together, hang out?
Yeah, we would go. We would do dinners. We eventually traveled together. We spent holidays together. So yeah.
When you knew him back then, do you know what capacity he was working?
I knew that he was in IT. I believe at the time he was with the airlines. I believe it was American at that time. It might have been United, but I think it was American.
All right, so he's been with American Airlines or U.S. Airways before it merged for a long
Or
time,
US Airways,
correct?
I'm sorry, yeah, correct.
Okay. Do you know if they eventually were married?
Yes, they eventually got married. It was actually, I believe, 2012, and it was during a national dance competition that we were in Vegas for. So it was kind of unexpected.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if it's a cheer dance
You were
or
there?
I was there, yes.
what type of
All right,
dance
and
this is?
so it was sort of a spontaneous wedding?
Yeah, it was kind of a joking, we should get married, or somebody told them that they should get married, and then it just kind of happened that same night. So
That's short notice. Same night. Yeah, someone's
May I
knocking on my
approach the
door.
witness, Your Honor?
You may.
All right, Mr. Snyder, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit Number 1. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
All right, and who is it the photo of?
James Faith.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 2. Do you recognize this photo?
I do.
And do you recognize who is in this photo?
It's James Faith, yeah.
All right, and I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 3. Do you recognize this photo?
I do,
And
yes.
who is in this photo?
Jennifer Faith.
Your Honor, at this time, I would like to offer into evidence State's Exhibits 1 and 3 and 2 for record purposes. 1 and 3 for all purposes, 2 for record purposes.
Those exhibits are admitted as offered. Members of the jury, when a piece of evidence is admitted for the record, that means it's for the court. It's not for you. You will have all of the evidence that was admitted for all purposes during your deliberations, but not pieces of evidence that were admitted for record purposes only. So keep that in mind. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Permission to publish
granted.
State's Exhibit Number 1.
Go ahead.
No, okay. So this is a photo of James Faith, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When, after the marriage, did they stay in Phoenix with you?
Yeah, they I believe they lived in Phoenix till right around 2017, maybe beginning of 2018.
All right, and then they moved to Dallas area?
Correct.
Did you stay in contact with them after they moved?
I did.
All right, and how would y'all stay in contact?
Phone calls, video chats, and Jamie would travel back and forth to Phoenix because he still had employees that he was responsible for in Phoenix. So when he would come into town, usually 2 or 3 nights, we would get together every night that he was there and have dinner, drinks, and just kind of hang out, catch up.
Okay. And during the time of COVID, would you guys still talk, and how would you talk?
Yeah, so obviously we weren't traveling during that time, but we did video chats, we did virtual happy hours, and so yeah, we still kept in contact, texting, calling.
Virtual happy hours.
Yeah.
And
I
just
think
briefly,
that
how would
saved
you
COVID
describe
for some
James
people.
Faith?
Man, he just a great guy, funny, smart, very intelligent, genuine.
When he was here, when he moved to Dallas, do you know if it was a promotion for him?
Yes, I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And when he was working here up until the time of his death, do you know in what he was working as at American Airlines? What maybe his title, or as close as you can get?
I believe he was like, his title might have been like managing director, but it was in the IT space over the mobile platform.
Over the mobile platform.
Correct.
That you and I might use when we're
To book.
to book a flight on American Airlines.
Yes.
Okay. Did he also? You said he was a genuine nice guy. Liked Halloween, liked pranks. Would you say all that?
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
All right. Had Hawaiian shirt Fridays.
Hawaiian shirt Fridays, yeah.
Do you know if when they got to Texas, was Jennifer Faith working?
I believe she was for a short period of time, and then I think she had some medical things that she decided to kind of take a step back and stop working. So she probably for at least a year and a half, I don't believe she was working.
All right. And at the time of Jamie Faith's death, do you know if she was working?
She was not.
Okay. But you and she and Jamie kept in contact all the way up until his death?
Correct.
All right. How were you contacted about James Faith's death?
Jennifer called me that morning. I basically woke up to that phone call.
Okay. You in Arizona, she here in Texas?
Correct.
Okay. What did she tell you happened?
She was hysterical. I really couldn't make out what she was saying. And I thought initially she was talking about Jamie's father, who was going through chemo, and he had a couple of different forms of cancer that he was battling. And then it finally, she finally kind of just said, Jamie's been shot. And so, hoping for the best. I said, well, hopefully he's okay. And she's like, no, he's dead. He's dead.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did she give you any other details at that time?
No. Right around that time, I felt as though she called me before the police even got there, because she said that, the cops are coming over. They want to talk to me. And then so we had to hang up. We hung up at that time.
She called him before the police?
7:30 Arizona time.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe a little earlier.
So around 9:30?
No, Arizona time is when I got.
I mean, in Dallas.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know what time.
At that time of year in October, would it be 2 hours or 3 hours? 2 hours.
Is it? Okay.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me back up just a little bit. As far as Amber, do you know if Amber was living with them at the time of James' death?
She was. She was actually at home during that time.
And she was at this point she graduated college?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know if she was working?
I don't believe so. I don't believe so.
Okay. And do you know is it true that James Faith adopted Amber later in life?
Yeah, I believe after she turned 18, he did.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Was this something that, do you know how this came about, the adoption?
I don't know how it came about. I don't know who initiated the conversation, but I believe Amber wanted that to happen after she turned 18.
All right. So after the murder, when you're contacted in the morning by Jennifer Faith, does she ask you to do anything? Contact anyone?
I don't believe so.
Okay.
No.
All right. She just wanted to let you know.
Correct. Yeah.
Did you come out to Texas to be with her?
Yeah. We flew out the next day.
Who's we?
Well, my ex now, but my wife at the time.
Okay.
Yeah.
You flew out the next day to be with her.
Correct.
And about how long did you stay with her?
I think about 2 or 3 days. Yeah.
All right. Did she give you any more details about what had happened?
Not anything else that wasn't, like just somebody ran up behind. She didn't really get a good look. Face was covered. And that's really it, really.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing
Did you
more.
ever come to know someone named Darrin Lopez?
The first time I heard of Darrin was when I was on a couple of different group text threads. One was, I think, 13 or 17 people, and that was kind of formed by Jennifer to keep people updated on how the investigation was going. Okay. And then the other one was just a handful of friends, and Darrin was on both of those.
Darrin was on both of those?
Correct.
Okay. And the one that you said 17 people or something, 15 to 17 people, that was almost exclusively Jennifer's family or friends?
Yes. Yes.
And then Darrin?
Correct.
Okay. And during this text thread that you were talking about, at some point she names everybody on this text thread because not everybody knows everybody.
She kind of did, like a semi-formal introduction of this is this person and this is how I know them.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then in this text thread, she introduces Darrin as someone that she knew back in high school. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe she might have even said that, you know, they were old high school boyfriend or girlfriend, and, you know, they kind of reconnected.
Okay. And this text group that she started is after the murder, fairly soon after the murder.
Yes. Yeah.
Mr. Snyder, do you know a Jeremy Gebler?
I do.
Okay, and who is he?
He worked with Jamie.
Okay, were they very good friends?
They were really good friends. Yes.
Okay. Did they come from Wisconsin together? Do you know?
I don't know, to be honest with you. Okay. I think that there's some kind of connection from Wisconsin, but I don't know for certain.
Okay, because originally James Faith is from Wisconsin, correct?
Correct.
Big fan of the Green Bay Packers.
Huge fan.
Huge fan. Okay. And what did James Faith like to do first in his spare time?
He loved the game, so he was a gamer. Loved to travel, hang out with family. He was a bit of a foodie, you know, so he loved going to nice restaurants and, you know, having drinks. Yeah.
Okay. And then as far as Jeremy Gebler, he's the one that is he the one that introduced Jamie and Jennifer?
Yeah, I believe he and his wife are the ones that introduced them.
Okay. And you came to know him in person?
Jeremy?
Jeremy.
Correct, yes.
Okay. Because y'all all would hang out together?
Yes.
In Arizona?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder. At this time, Your Honor, I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
So
Mr.
fairly quick
Snyder,
witness.
so you knew Jennifer and Jamie well before all this occurred, correct?
I did, yes.
And did you know that Jennifer worked where she worked while she was in Arizona?
I didn't, excuse me, I didn't know the company that she worked for, but I knew that she was kind of in the healthcare field.
Would it be a rehab center she worked at? Would that sound familiar?
Sounds familiar, yes.
Where she would deal with people that were rehabbing for injuries, strokes, things like that.
Correct. I don't know what her role was. I eventually came to know that she kind of moved into more of the administrative side of things, but yes.
So she was either director or high management of a rehab center.
Correct.
She had she had a background in rehabbing people who were injured, right?
Well, I think her background was in speech pathology.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. But she did have a background in that. She had to start at that rehab center at some point, and then she moved up to administration.
Yes.
And when you first heard about Jamie's death, how did Jennifer act? Was she distraught?
Yeah, I mean, over the phone, she was, yeah.
Was she crying?
It appeared, it seemed to be. From her voice and everything, it seemed as though she was.
And she was acting like somebody who would, the way you normally would think someone who had a loved one killed act, right?
Correct.
Was she, and you believe that, right? You believe that she was distraught.
Genuine, correct, yeah, I did.
And how did you feel when later on you found out that she'd been lying to you?
Man, betrayed, you know.
Because you knew her to be a good person.
I did.
You didn't know she had this other part of her, this devious side of her, correct?
Not at all.
And then what did you think, and how did you react when you found out that that was all a lie and acting when she was talking to you?
By the time I found out, you know, she had been arrested. If you're asking, I cut off all contact. I told her daughter actually reached out to me to ask if she can contact me or, you know, call me or write a letter, and I told her absolutely not.
When you found out that she'd been arrested and involved, did you think back to when she called you distraught and crying and acting like she didn't really know what was going on?
I think I replayed everything, yeah, in my mind.
You said you felt betrayed.
Yeah.
Not only did she betray you, she also betrayed all those people on the text thread, right?
Yes.
She lied to her friends. She lied to you, and she lied to Jamie's family.
Correct.
And she was so good at lying that you had no idea that she was involved in this.
Yeah, I would agree.
You had no idea that she helped in the killing of Jamie.
Right. I mean, I had no idea she was capable of any of the things that I found out.
I pass it.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused.
No objection.
No objection.
Very good. Sir, you may stand down. You're excused from any further service. Please watch your step on some of those cords. Call your next witness, please.
State calls Emery Wilson, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, if during the trial and in between witnesses you need to stand up and stretch your legs or your back like I do, then please feel free to go ahead. No problem there.
Like I do. The judge wants to stretch. Yoga time. Ivan, I'll give you a copy of the. Here's the link I'm putting in for Ivan here. He asked which
Go ahead.
mic I use. This is the Rode Pod mic link.
Good morning. If you could, please, before you have a seat, could you turn and face me, please, and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're
turn up
about to
the
give
AC.
will be the truth.
I do.
Please have a seat. Be responding to questions first from Ms. Mitchell, and perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court?
My name is Emery Wilson. It's Emery Wilson.
All right, Mr. Wilson, where do you live?
I live at 1018 South Waverly, Dallas, Texas,
Okay, and
in Oak Cliff.
in Oak Cliff, in the Oak Cliff area. All right. You were neighbors with James and Jennifer Faith.
Yes, my house is 5 houses south of theirs.
Okay. That street's in Dallas County, Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you know James and Jennifer Faith before the incident?
Yes, I had met them about a little less than a year prior when I moved into the neighborhood.
All right. So they were already living there, and then you moved in around what, 2019?
Yeah, December 2019.
Okay. All right. And would you guys do anything together, or did you just know each other as neighbors?
Just as neighbors. They were actually the first couple first family to introduce themselves when I moved into the neighborhood.
How did that come about?
It was just Christmas season, and they just very neighbor-like fashion came by and said hello and dropped off a small gift.
Dropped off a gift to you, to your house?
Yeah, like a welcome gift to the neighborhood.
Was it Jennifer and James that did that together?
Yes, Jennifer, James, and their daughter,
And their daughter?
Amber.
And their daughter. I'm sorry, Amber. They also had a dog, though, right?
Yes, they had a dog,
Okay.
Maggie.
Maggie. Did you continue to see them throughout the neighborhood from?
Oh, very regularly, particularly during the COVID time. They walk their dogs almost as frequently as I walk my dog. My
Okay,
dogs.
So you see them on the dog walks?
Yes,
All right. And they were a friendly couple?
always, yes.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 4.
I think this is going to be the security camera footage.
May I approach the witness? Oh, may I approach the witness? I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 4. You and I have met a couple of times, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and we went over this particular video. Is that correct? One of two we went over?
We went over
the
2,
ring
yes.
video?
Yes.
All right. And did you recognize what was in this video when we went over it?
I did, yes. We went over a video where...
Well, before we get into it, did you recognize what was in there?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you recognize the people that were in there?
I did, yes.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I would like to offer to evidence State's Exhibit number 4.
No objection.
Case 4 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr. Wilson, just to give some context before we get started, what are we going to be seeing in this ring video, the front door?
The couple and their dog exiting their home.
Okay, and this couple is?
Jamie and Jamie and Jennifer Faith.
Okay, and this video is fairly short, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, but this is on the date of the murder, correct?
Correct.
October 9th of 2020.
Yes.
I'm going to object to the state using the term murder.
Objection sustained.
You can't say murder. It's a murder trial, but we can't say murder. This is ring camera. It's not his camera. I think it's their own camera, which is interesting. The way they're authenticating this evidence, he's basically watched it and recognized the people in it. That's Texas for you, says Greeners. Generally, I think that's the definition of the term, but I don't know. Things are different here. Just hear the DVD drive spin up. The microphones are so good in this courtroom. We're hearing everything. Get tons of ASMR. If somebody lets one rip, we're gonna hear it.
Can you see the screen, Mr. Wilson?
I can.
Okay. All right.
Mood lighting.
Can you tell the jury who is exiting the house right now, or what appears to be exiting the house?
That is Jennifer Faith and the dog, Maggie.
And they're going left out of their house, correct?
Correct.
All right.
On their typical walk.
And we see on the timestamp of this was on 10/9 of 2020 at 7:34:31 seconds. Correct?
Correct.
This trial sponsored by Ring.
Mr. Wilson, at this time, around this time in the morning, do you hear gunshots?
I did.
Okay, and about how many did you hear?
7.
All right, were
8.
you already awake or did it wake you up?
I was awake, sitting at my table at my house. I sit at my table. I was working during COVID, so it's very close, about 60 feet.
Okay, so your table, though, it's in the front of your house?
Correct.
Where you got the windows looking out onto the street?
Right on the street. It's I'm about 20 feet from the street where I sat.
All right. And again, how many gunshots did you hear?
7 or 8.
And what did you hear after the gunshots?
Very loud screaming.
Okay, and what did you do at that time?
As soon as I heard the gunshots, I jumped up because it was untypical. It was very atypical to hear that kind of noise on a Friday morning during that time. So I jumped up, and as soon as I heard the screaming, I opened my front door and I ran out of my house to see if anyone was in danger.
Okay, stop right there. May I approach the witness?
You may.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit Number 5. This is the second video that you and I went over, correct?
Correct.
All right, and though it does not come from your house, you and I went over it, and did you recognize the sounds that you heard on that morning in that video?
I did, yes.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit Number 5.
No objection.
State's 5 is admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, disc 2. I think we're going to have the audio on this one. This is going to have the audio of the attack. I don't know if it'll have the screaming. I'm not sure how close the camera was to pick that up. Listen for the ASMR as they spin up the DVD. I can't do any counters right now. I can't get any of my overlays to work. I'll have to restart everything on lunch and maybe it'll reset, but I'm not sure what we should count. How many DVDs will be in the box set? Is this number 2? Every piece of evidence needs to be on its own DVD.
It is trying, Your Honor.
No problem.
It's very trying. The neatness of this witness's goatee puts me to shame. I believe he is held in jail right now. He's in custody, I believe. I think he's in shock. mean, they mention he has PTSD. I mean, either he's presenting it really well, or yeah, he's selling it really well. Vicky, he heard you say that, so he blinked several times just for you. Can we update the technology from DVDs to like a thumb drive or a solid state disk? Oh, look at that. We've already got a little bit of heat in the courtroom as defense is fanning themselves just a little bit. We're watching. She's like, it worked before. I don't know what the problem is. Judge, can we take a break? Your Honor, can we?
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this is not, it's working on it, we're not doing anything. We'd like to play it from co-counsel's laptop.
Is it an exact copy?
It is an exact copy.
We'd like to have the defense play our evidence for us, please, because our computers aren't working. They didn't try the blowing on it technique, which always works for those of you who have owned a Nintendo. So not using a floppy. Oh man, for just the little bit of video we saw from the Ring doorbell, it would have filled up multiple floppy drives. It's crazy how much space, how little space they held, and how much space video takes up.
Mr. Wilson, this is not your house. But this is a house on one of your street. This is one of the houses on your street. Is that correct?
Correct. It's the house, 2 houses up from Jamie and Amber's.
I heard 9. Car drives by, slows down.
Okay, it continues, but for the most part, it's neighbors coming outside, correct? And people starting to wonder what's going on. You were also one of the ones that went out to see what was going on.
Yes, I did immediately.
Okay, and again, how many houses?
5 houses south.
Okay. So what do you do when you leave the house?
After I hear the gunshots and the screaming, I I ran out my house and immediately heard the screaming and saw the dog run past my home. So I knew it was probably Jamie and Jennifer. Mm-hmm. And to be honest, I was worried it might be them because they walked at that same time every morning. And I walked typically a little bit afterward. And so as I come out the home, I go straight to the sidewalk, and I see and look down from the direction where the screaming was, and I see a body laying in the street.
Do you recognize who it is?
I couldn't tell, but I just assumed it was Jamie because he dressed typically the way it was. His feet were facing towards me, and I heard screaming, but I could not see the face. And so my dogs had run out with me, and I put them in the house. And there was another neighbor that was outside watering her plants, and she was on the phone with the police. And I decided I would run down to go to see if she was okay, or the person that was screaming was okay.
Did you register that the person who was screaming was Jennifer Faith?
I figured it was because Jamie, although she wasn't visible, it sounded like her, and there was usually no one else out walking at that time of morning, and it was coming from a house directly next to theirs. The screaming was, and so I start to run down, and I'll get about 2 houses down up from where I live, and that's when I stop because I see someone enter the sidewalk. And the person entered the sidewalk with a gun and turned and looked at me, wearing a blue surgical mask and a hoodie. And I froze and I turned back to my home and ran back into my house.
Okay, so how far away was this man who had the gun?
20 to 30 feet.
Did he point the gun at you?
No, it was held at his right side.
Okay. Did you make eye contact with him?
Yes.
But did he have his mask on covering his face?
Yes.
I'm sorry, his mouth and nose?
His mouth and nose. I could only see the eyes of the individual. The hood kind of obstructed most of the forehead.
Okay. Do you remember what he was wearing for pants?
Jeans.
Jeans.
Mm-hmm.
Jeans and a hoodie covering part of his face and the mask?
The mask. Mm-hmm.
Okay. But you clearly saw the gun in his hand?
Immediately, yes.
Right. And what did you do when you saw the gun?
I turned around and ran back into my home.
Okay, to do what?
To grab my gun.
All right. What did you do when you grabbed your gun?
I loaded it, and then I ran out my house to go back to see Jennifer. No one really, there were neighbors poking their heads out. I just wanted to make sure she and Jamie were okay.
Okay. Did you encounter this man with the gun and the hoodie and the jeans when you came back out of your house with your gun?
I did not.
Okay. Did you see him get into a vehicle?
I did not.
Therefore, you did not see him drive away?
No.
Okay. Your contact with him was on the sidewalk about 20 feet away?
Yes. And
so you go down, you have your gun, you don't see him anymore. Do you get a chance to speak to Jennifer?
I do.
All right. And how is she?
Hysterical.
All right.
And very just shaken up, afraid. She kept saying that no one came. I guess that was to mean that no one came to see about her or to come to the rescue. And so I just said, we're here. I would call the police. I was praying with her, trying to console her. I checked on the body, and it was clear that Jamie was dead.
Did you happen to ask her what happened?
I did.
And she said?
She said someone ran up behind them and began shooting at them. And I asked her, was she shot? And she said, no. I said, are you hurt? And she said he tried to take her ring, I think it was, off. I think it was her wedding ring. And it used tape to bind her hands. And
were her hands bound when you saw her?
No. Mm-mm.
So she was able to get it off?
Yes, it was a... Mm-hmm. She recanted that to the first cop that came. I stayed with her for quite a while, and she asked me to stay. She recanted that story to the first cop and held up a very small piece of duct tape. So it didn't seem like enough to hold anyone. So I assume that's how she was able to get free, because it was a very small piece of duct tape.
And about how much later did the police arrive from the time that you're standing there talking to her?
I can't really tell, maybe a minute.
It was quick.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And one of the responding officers came up and tried to talk to her.
Mm-hmm.
Was she still in a state of
Yes.
hysterical?
Very, very hysterical, speaking very fast.
Did you say speaking very fast?
Speaking very fast, yes.
And so it was hard to get information out of her, would you say?
Yeah, I would say so. It seemed, I attributed it to shock, and, not being able to convey things and things happening so quickly. But yeah, it wasn't a lot of information, and she didn't give any details. They asked what the person looked like, and she wasn't able to give any. I felt like I had more details about the individual, having seen them for 2 seconds.
Do you stay with her? How long do you stay with her?
Oh, 30 to 45 minutes.
Okay.
I was barefoot and sat outside with her, trying to, praying with her, trying to calm her nerves.
Okay. And does she stay somewhere near where the body is?
Mm-hmm. After about 10 minutes, she was sitting kind of obstructed by a fence in the driveway of the home next door, which was vacant at the time. And the cop,
the blue house at the time.
the blue house at the time, it's no longer there. But the cop she asked to sit down, and the policeman escorted her back to her home, and I just sat with her there on her front porch for the next 20 minutes or so.
Okay, all right. And you eventually leave.
Mm-hmm.
Do you continue to stay in touch with her after?
Yes.
The death?
The next day, I went and delivered some food to Jennifer, and she asked me, because I walk my dogs 2-3 times a day, and it was COVID. And Jamie always accompanied her on their dog walks, and so she asked if I would walk with her, me and another neighbor. I said yes. Although I was not intending to start walking again because of what had happened, I was quite afraid. But I thought it would be the neighborly thing to do to help where I could.
Okay, all right. So y'all continue to do that for
a little less than 2 weeks, until I basically couldn't do it anymore. I was having a lot of mixed feelings.
As far as Jennifer, your mixed feelings?
Yes, that's exactly what it was. There was about a week after the Jamie was killed. We were walking, myself and her daughter and some friends, and I had met the friends before. They were in town from, I guess, another state, maybe California. I think that's what they said. In any event, on our return back to the house, I was not feeling really well about the experience, and I had made mention that I had seen the individual. I guess that she had missed that part in all the commotion, and I mentioned that I had seen the individual when I ran out the house. Yes. And I continued to walk ahead of them, not knowing that the 4 people that I was with had stopped. And I realized that they had stopped, and I turned around, and they were all looking at me. And she said, "You saw the person?" I said, "Yes." And she said, "Was he black or Hispanic?" I said, "Well, I don't know. I mean, what would you say I was if I were in a mask?" That was my response. I mean, it's hard to tell with my complexion, and I wouldn't dare do that to someone, racial profile somebody like that. So I just said, "I don't know." And I was quite surprised that she was not remorseful or showed any form of sadness that I did not know. That I had seen the person but couldn't give any more details.
Okay. All right, Mr. Wilson, thank you so much. At this time, you want to pass the witness?
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Ron.
These crosses are
Mr.
going to be
Wilson,
interesting.
you indicated that you were working from home at this period of time.
Yes, sir.
And where were you working at the time?
In my dining room table.
Okay. And which company were you working for?
I worked for. I don't know if I should say. I didn't tell I promised my job I would not mention.
What kind of work was it that you were were involved?
I'm a bank examiner.
Okay. So, and had you just started to work at home because of COVID, or had you been doing that for a while?
A while, yeah. It had been since since March of 2020.
So March of 2020, your job was forcing you to work from home because of COVID, and as a matter of fact, the whole world was shut down around that time, wasn't it?
Yes, sir.
I mean, it was hard for people to see each other. People were isolated from each other, as you were, right?
I don't know if I was isolated. I mean,
Yeah,
I walked in my neighborhood every day.
It was hard to go out to a restaurant and meet people.
Yes.
It was hard to go to the movies and see a movie with somebody, right? The social aspects of life have been pretty much shut down, other than who lived immediately near you, correct?
Correct.
And so you hear these shots, you run out, and you make eye contact with the individual who had the gun, right?
Correct.
How long of the eye contact? Was it brief?
A couple seconds.
But you could tell he saw you, and he could tell you saw him.
Correct.
And he never raised a gun towards you?
No.
He never threatened you?
No.
He never said anything to you?
No.
He just left?
I left.
You left. And you believe shortly thereafter he left too?
Indeed.
And then, so you approach Jennifer, and you said she was hysterical. Was she trembling, acting like she was, she just went through a shocking event, that she didn't know who caused it?
Yes, she was acting like she had gone through a hysterical event.
Were there tears in her eyes?
No.
But she was hysterical, trembling?
Yes.
And did you go up to her and try to calm her down at that point?
All of the above. Yes, prayed with her and everything.
And you were present, and when you were present when they were asking her about to give a description, it was surprising to you that she couldn't do that at that point.
Yes.
Because you could give a description.
Yes.
You could tell them what the person was wearing, the hoodie, the jeans, and the mask, right?
Correct.
So that kind of stuck with you in your mind.
It did.
That she couldn't, because and now we know though that she knew exactly who it was, right?
Yes, sir.
And how does that make you feel?
Make me feel, disappointed that I pretty much wasted my time trying to help someone that was using me, but not mad at her.
She was using your good nature as a neighbor.
I think more or less she just used everybody.
It's interesting. Defense is not saying
May this
they
witness
did.
be finally excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
Very good, sir. You may stand down.
They're not saying he didn't do it.
Please watch out for those cables.
They're saying I'm not guilty.
Ms.
We want you to
Mitchell?
find him not guilty because
I see the next.
the reason he did it
Sure, come on up.
justifies it.
Let me see the lawyers real quick.
Lawyers stepping up saying, hey, let's figure out what our break schedule is going to be. I think that's what they're going to talk about. No objections really to speak of yet, other than the prosecution is adamant they don't want anything that happened with Jennifer post the shooting to be included, especially her actions with the criminal proceedings. So they have not yet mentioned in this court that Jennifer is currently incarcerated, that she pled guilty or she took a plea. They haven't mentioned that, but they've been able to say that she admitted that she did these things wrong. But that's it. So the defendants here, the theory of defense is not that it wasn't him, which is a funny case because they're saying not guilty, but they're basically using almost a self-defense approach.
We are going to take our first morning break.
It's a break schedule.
So please,
It's the white knight
mind
shining armor.
a few of my instructions. If you could, make sure that you don't discuss anything that you've heard, even in court today. Please don't do any independent research. Please don't get on your phone and start looking up things, places, people, anything like that. We're going to take about a 10-minute break, so I'll need you back in the jury room at 10:20 and await further instructions at that time. Thank you all very much. Court's in recess. All rise for the jury.
Look at the defendant stand. He almost stands at attention. The only thing missing is a salute. Clearly military background. They've already played the military card, so to speak, in the defense. They've introduced the defendant to the jury and said that the defendant has not only served as a member of the military, but also that he was in a unit that got attacked by a roadside bomb. And they didn't give the numbers, but 19 of his fellow servicemen were killed in that explosion, and he had received a traumatic brain injury, has PTSD as well. So they brought that up not as the defense directly, but definitely it's one of the cards in their hand. But they're not saying that it was that it was a brain injury that caused him to do this. Okay, murder's never justified. Are they going to claim he has mental problems? Somewhat, they have already. I'm finding the testimony interesting. It is. We've got, first of all, we're going through witnesses quickly, which is good. I like the style, both of the judge and both the prosecution and defense seems to be fairly direct as to what they're trying to accomplish. So we can hear everything so far. I mean, something's got to go wrong here soon. We can't have everything working perfectly, and I think unfortunately it's going to be the content of the questions and the testimony is going to go south here eventually. But we'll have to wade through that when it happens. Let's see. They should claim coercive control, really. Hey, Ryan. Good to have you here. Ryan's one of our fantastic addicts who went to court for us in a previous trial and gave us some great information. Thank you very much, Ryan. Is he out on bail? I believe he's in custody. I think he's in custody. Not understand the defense strategy. I think they're looking for sympathy from the jury. They're saying we have a service member. This is somebody who put his life on the line and served our country, and he got injured. I believe he got a Purple Heart, is my understanding as part of that. So he's a decorated service member who served in Iraq. He was injured there. He has some lifelong injuries as a result, including PTSD, and then that it was so difficult for him. The war and serving as a service member was so difficult for him. He had to have this mental, separation from reality. And in that mental separation, it sounds like he built this virtual world for him to exist in that included his high school girlfriend, even though they were not in communication at the time. That he would list her as a contact in case something went wrong in his time of service in the military. So when he gets back, he reaches out to her, and in doing so shares information about his injuries, his brain injury and everything. And Jennifer, who has majored in this field and has experience in this field, wants lots of details about how that injury has affected him or what it is. And even send me your medical records so I can review them. And then they begin this relationship that develops, and we're obviously going to hear more about this relationship, but it develops into something much more than just a rekindled high school friendship. It turns into something that becomes quite different. That's all I'll say right now. Let's see. As far as the gunshots, Tower Hill Girl says, I heard 10. I definitely heard 9 in there. He was only shot 5 times. Like 5 times he was hit. Good morning, Your Honor. He just pops up like a hedgehog. Just boop, looks around, and then he's gone. So it sounds like several were misses, but none of them missed and hit Jennifer or the dog. Do you know what punishment the DA is going for? I think that since this is murder 1, I think the death penalty is on the table in Texas and Dallas. But I haven't heard that stated in such a way. He was also in the midst of a divorce. It's not an excuse, just the catalyst. Yeah, there were all the reasons. They wanted to get together. She used him. Several people have felt that used by Jennifer. And some of the witnesses already have gotten into that where they feel that they were probably not handled in an honest manner, and that they were used a little bit. She took advantage of him, but he still committed the crime like a teen lover. Reeks of Pam Smart. Yeah, you have to be responsible for your own actions, right? But here's the kicker. If you step out of a grocery store, and let's say just for this scenario, you are legally licensed to carry a concealed weapon. You step out of a grocery store and you observe something that's happening in front of you that it appears that somebody's being attacked, that somebody is in danger of losing their life in this attack. And then use your firearm to take, corrective action to stop the attack. But it turns out that the facts were not exactly as it was perceived by you. This may have been, say a a movie scene that was shot by cameras that are far away, and they're trying to film this from far away, and you walk in on a movie scene, then you think it's real life, and you're like, I've got to do something, and you take action. I think it would be difficult in that situation to charge the bystander, the helper, with murder one. That would be a rough thing to get because of what you thought was occurring, because your honest belief in the situation and your action. Now, on this one, it's a little bit different because you've got a long drive, 747 miles or something like that, to think this over. 5 hours of waiting outside the house, stalking the house. It'll be interesting to see how this goes. Life for first degree and 10 years for the firearms. DP has not been discussed as of yet, says Samantha Terry. So they might both face life, no death penalty. I think the defense is going for a reduction of charges, so they're not going for not guilty per se, but just a lesser sentence. If the evidence supports their theory of defense, and it seems, and if the evidence is more of a stretch for the prosecution, I could see that. Can we get Matthew Harris in the courtroom? What about Weather Watch? I'm not sure how close they are to this one. They've a little bit of a drive. They're both in Texas, though. Okay. He thought he was saving her life. That's what the defense is going to basically spell out. That's what his thought was going into this altercation. Let's see. 1 hour and 45 minutes from the courthouse. Not too bad, says Thomas. It's a bit of a drive. You'll need like an Uber to drive you so you can work in the car on your laptop, get your work done. No, that's a bit too far for a quick stop. It still is vigilantism. Murder is murder. It is, and they're not saying he didn't do it. That's the thing. They're not saying it wasn't me. This is not a whodunit case. So that just means that the objections that we're going to see from the defense are going to be different than what we might see in a normal trial, where the objection is to stop evidence from coming in. They're not trying to stop the evidence from coming in saying it was our client. This was his truck. He was there. These cell phone pings are accurate. That's not the evidence they're fighting. What they're trying to just fight is what was my client's mindset? What did he know, and who was doing the manipulating? In reality, is this a viable defense? Can you really drive across state lines to defend someone? You're going to see the defense do everything they can to change the focus from their client to Jennifer. They will try to draw her in, to put the spotlight on her, to put the onus on her for everything that occurs, for all the ideas that were planted in his mind, for the opportunity, the schedule, just the everything. They're going to, in the minds of the defense, they want the jury to believe that this was Jennifer's fault, that there actually were, that there was another victim, and the defendant was a victim, so to speak. On a personal note, as a veteran with PTSD and disability, the defense is trash. PTSD, common practice, avoidance, not engagement. Did you hear about Carly Russell in Hoover? Yes. There was no baby, there was no abduction, and she never left Hoover. So, yeah. I hear what you're saying. The treatment, the training, the method of handling PTSD, you typically don't run towards situations that might trigger it. Avoiding opportunities where that could rear up again is typically what you try to do. What is the age of the child? I believe she's an adult now. I think her name is Amber. They brought her up a couple times. This last witness did. Mr. Wilson brought her up a couple times. If he's found not guilty, that would set a huge precedent for future cases. If you want your partner gone, commit someone you're in danger. It doesn't land for me. I don't know if this would be a precedent-setting one. I can definitely see the jury feeling sympathy for the defendant because of what they know about him, because of his service, because of his injury, his brain injury, because of if they feel that yes, he was being manipulated, they might be more inclined to give him a lesser charge. So a lesser included is probably a very strong possibility right now. Here it is 11:20. There it is 10:20. So this is their morning break. We'll have another break here for lunch where I'll have to reset my switcher and hopefully get my other feeds in so we can draw pictures and things. He believed Jennifer was being horribly abused by husband. Yeah, and I didn't. When we listened to the opening statements, thank you, Amanda H., by the way, for the gifted membership. That is awesome of you. Looks like that one's going to go to Melissa Ann. Congratulations, Melissa. That's awesome, Amanda. Thank you. When the prosecution was beginning and telling their story and talking about all the emails and the dialogue and the role play that was going on, it didn't add up very much. To me, it just doesn't make sense to have Jennifer faking email addresses for multiple people and pretending to be other people as part of the role play. It would be a bit of a stretch for me to accept that, where it would make more sense that she faked email addresses to pretend to be the other people, and that Darrin was not in on this on the other emails, that she actually wanted to include other people so that she could keep control of the situation with Darrin, so that she could set boundaries and and bumpers that would prevent him from going off the rails from what she wanted him to do. Jennifer pled guilty to life without parole instead of death penalty. That is correct. I don't think she's going to be testifying in this trial. I don't know. I don't think as part of her plea deal she agreed to testify against Darrin. Maybe she did, but I think that would have been more of a headline as we watch this trial develop, if that were the case. I find it very interesting that the last witness, after 2 weeks, distanced himself from Jennifer. Yes, Cass. He's like, I just couldn't do it anymore. Something was off, right? I just didn't. I had mixed feelings. Something wasn't right about how Jennifer was acting after her husband Jamie was killed. But, yeah. There was a movie made with Eric Roberts when he flew from Vegas and killed a husband. It's nearly the same story. Unfortunately, versions of this story have played out many times, where you have a married couple, and one or the other in the marriage wants something different than what they have, and might be seeking that, and even made a connection outside of it, and it leads to a crime that creates availability. But yeah, this is sad. There are other ways, guys. There are other ways to do it. This is if you can't stand somebody, if you don't want to be together, there are legal ways that you can resolve the issue that don't involve prison time for either one or a funeral. Let me just say that I'm not a huge fan of divorce. I think commitment's serious, and if you're willing to tie the knot, I think you should stand by it, unless there's situations that abuse, adultery, things like that. There are situations that require divorce, but I'm not a big fan of falling out of love. I'm a big fan of through thick and thin type, through sickness and health, both. Anyway, there's my marriage counseling 101. Looks like the judge is playing hedgehog again. He is back, taking a peek, seeing where everybody else is. Ooh. Just had a little drink there. That was nice of him to include us in that ASMR moment. Do we know if she was abused at all? Ivan, in her emails, in the emails that she created, that she admitted that she created, she said she was abused, but there was no evidence that was true, and I believe she fabricated all of that was the story that was told.
Thank you, Sheriff. Y'all may be seated. Members of the jury, you will recall that we are in the state's case in chief. Ms. Mitchell, call your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. State Call Sergeant Shirley.
If you would please, sir, come to the front of the courtroom, and before you have a seat, could you turn to face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please have a seat. We're responding to questions first from Ms. Mitchell.
It's the shortest
That's
oath
also
ever.
Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
Alexander Shirley, Alexander, Shirley, Shirley.
Sergeant Shirley, for whom do you work?
The Dallas Police Department.
All right, and you have the rank of sergeant, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you been with Dallas Police Department?
About 10 years.
10 years? And what have been your various roles at Dallas Police Department?
Mostly patrol.
Okay, are you in patrol currently?
Yes.
You're a
That's
sergeant
a fine
over patrol.
beard.
Yes.
I'm jealous.
Let's just jump right into it. On or about October 9th of 2020, were you working patrol?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you on duty that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you dispatched to a call on Waverly Street?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, involving what you came to later know as residents of 926 Waverly.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and that's in Dallas County, Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you respond alone, or do you have people with you? Did you have someone in the car with you? Do you recall?
I don't recall if I had someone in the car with me, but multiple elements were dispatched.
Okay. And what was the nature of the dispatch? What was the nature of the call that you were dispatched to?
A shooting.
A shooting call. Okay. One shot, multiple shots? Did they give any?
I don't recall exactly the details that were given to us.
Okay. But you do recall it was a shooting call?
Yes.
And when you get there, what do you do first?
The first thing I did was park my squad car blocking the street, exit the squad car, and walk towards was a deceased body.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
A deceased body
Okay. And so where do you see this body?
in the street.
Close to the sidewalk?
Not in the middle, but closer to the side of the street, closer to the sidewalk. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you approach the body?
I walked that direction, and then I came in contact with a female.
All right. Do you recall who that female was?
I don't recall her name.
How was she acting?
Very emotional.
And what do you mean by emotional?
Just hyperventilating, just emotional.
All right. Hysterical?
Hysterical would be a great word to describe it.
Describe some of what she was doing, her demeanor.
She was flailing her arms. She was crying. She was, I can't say screaming, but just very outwardly emotional and distraught.
Okay. Was she somewhat close to the body?
And yeah, she was in relatively close proximity.
Okay. And what were y'all trying to do?
I was attempting to get her up towards the side of her house so she wouldn't have to see that body in the ground.
Okay. Was the body covered at the time?
It was not.
Okay. So it was just laying there.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you get any information from this particular woman who was acting hysterical?
I did not.
All right. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant Shirley, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 8, 9. Apologies.
She's showing all of us the
I'm going to
pictures.
show you what's marked as States 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Have you seen these photos?
Keep everything
Yes,
in order.
ma'am.
And
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's in these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Is this a photo? Are these just a few photos of the scene on October 9th, 2020 at around 7:30 a.m. when you were dispatched?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence States Exhibits 6 through 10.
I don't know what these pictures are going to show. They may show a deceased individual. Just a heads up.
Okay.
You're admitted to all purposes. You may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, Mr.
comes-
Sergeant Shirley, I'll put these up on the screen, okay?
Here comes the Elmo.
All right. This is the street, Waverly Place Street, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the scene that morning,
Yes, ma'am.
all right?
There's a
And
decedent right there.
what do we see here?
That is a body.
Okay, at this point it had been covered up, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
But when you got there, it was uncovered.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, and this is a closer shot. We see that there is a blue house and the body is in front of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Can you point out on the screen where Jennifer was standing when you?
She was approximately right here.
Oh, it doesn't show
It's
it.
not drawn.
You're right. Hang on one second.
Oh.
I can enable a touch screen if you'd like.
Oh, great. Okay.
Oh,
Should be
yeah,
able to,
right up there.
Okay. And what were you attempting to get her to do?
I was attempting to get her up the sidewalk, kind of towards the side of her house, so she didn't have to look at the body.
Okay, okay. And were you,
It's like a
this
Zillow
is just
listing.
another picture, you can just tap that screen to turn it off. Yes, thank you. This is just another photo of that. Were you aware of where Jennifer lived?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And this is just another photo of the body as you saw it
Yes, ma'am.
when it was eventually covered up. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
After you are attempting to get her away from the body, what do you do next?
I started going down to residences. I was speaking to witnesses and looking for houses with cameras.
Okay, so some people came out, some people didn't.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And were you trying to know if there were surveillance cameras
Yes, ma'am.
on the houses?
Yes, ma'am.
And what were you doing with that information?
I was walking down, notating my whip-out book, which addresses had cameras,
Okay.
and then I would hand that over to the detectives.
All right. Did homicide detectives come on scene fairly quickly?
I can't remember the time frame, but they did. Yes, they did come on scene.
Okay. At some point, do you come to find out that a witness may have taken a photo of the suspect vehicle?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you go up to that neighbor?
Yes.
All right. Do you actually view the video or the phone, or I'm sorry, do you view some video or a photo off this neighbor's phone?
Yes, he had surveillance camera, and I did view parts of the video.
Okay, but also on his phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then you were trying to see what the suspect vehicle was to see if you could get what?
Suspect car information. I could put it on the radio. Our standard procedure is get a suspect car, make, model, descriptions, identifying marks, and put it on the radio so other officers can try to locate the vehicle.
All right. And are we also trying to get any license plate number if possible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's marked as states 11 and 12. Do you recognize these photos?
Yes, ma'am.
11 and 12, okay? And these are blown up versions of what you saw on the phone, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. But are these two photos that what you saw on the phone that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. May I, Your Honor, at this time I'd like to offer to evidence State's Exhibits 11 and 12.
Sorry. 11 and 12 are admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
Don't think defense is going to make lots of objections about evidence at all.
In State's Exhibit 11,
Ooh, mood lighting.
what are you made aware of in State's Exhibit 11?
I'm made aware that it appears to be a Nissan Titan, black in color, with a T, which I believe was a Texas Ranger emblem on the back window.
Okay, and from this photo, were you able to get a license plate?
I was not.
All right, even blown up as we have them here. And this one,
You can't just
blown
say,
up,
say
you can
enhance.
see the emblem a little bit better on the back of the truck.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
But you were fairly confident at that time you were looking for a black Nissan Titan truck.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At the same time, in this picture too, you were unable to get a clear license plate.
That is correct.
All right. And it goes on for a while that people think that that is a Texas Ranger sticker on the back because it's sort of shaped like the Texas Ranger emblem, correct?
I believe after I put that information on the radio, that's what we were going off of, because that's the only good video we had at the scene, to my knowledge.
I thought the defendant was
Do
ascending.
you
right
relay
there.
this information to the detectives
Yes, ma'am.
that you have, this neighbor has this on their phone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. What do you do after that?
At that point, I'm in a standby pattern as patrol. We're just having scene security and waiting for crime scene and detectives to process the scene.
Okay. Do you, if you recall, do you transfer anybody to headquarters?
I did not.
Okay. Was this the end of your shift?
I think I was supposed to be off already when this call came out. So it was the very end of the shift.
Okay. Do you do anything, do you go anywhere else related to this case away from Waverly Street?
No, ma'am.
So everything you did that particular morning on that street, keeping the crime scene
Yes, ma'am.
and talking to some witnesses. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Sergeant, that sticker that you saw on the truck, you believe that was a Texas Rangers sticker, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then eventually you came to know that it was really a Tennessee sticker, or did you find that out?
I was told that. Yes, sir.
And so that's a pretty big sticker on that truck, right?
I think I described it as 8 inches big on the video.
So the person who would presumably be driving that car would know that that sticker would stand out, right?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
The person who was driving that vehicle would presumably know that that sticker could be seen easily.
I don't know what the person driving the car would think.
But it wasn't hard for you to make out from the video.
Yeah, I believed it to be a Texas Ranger sticker. Yes, sir.
Now you approached Jennifer Faith and you described her to the jury as very emotional.
Yes, sir.
She was flailing.
Yes, sir.
She was crying.
Yes, sir.
Did you see any tears?
I don't recall if I saw some.
Maybe.
I don't recall.
And was she convulsing? Was she shaking in any way?
I take one call and you guys go off the
recall
rails.
if she was convulsing or shaking.
She could have been. You just don't recall.
Yes.
Did you come to find out that that was all an act?
Through media, yes. I think I'm aware that it could have been an act, but I'm not. I don't know what she was doing.
Did you talk to any other law enforcement after your initial contact in this case? Were you interviewed by detectives or?
No.
Or, so you had no knowledge.
No.
Of whether that was an act or not. You just heard stuff through different sources.
Yes, sir.
Were you showing any other ring videos in preparation for your testimony here today?
No.
Only the pictures that you presented here to the judge?
That is correct.
I passed the witness.
Okay, so I agree. I don't think he thought about the sticker. He drove his own truck.
No objection.
He brought his own
Sir, you may
firearm.
stand down. Watch out for the cables.
He
Ms.
was not
Mitchell,
trying
call
to
your
hide.
next witness, please.
All right, Your Honor, the state calls Detective Gonzalez.
Okay, another witness will be Detective Gonzalez coming in. We're flying through the witnesses. I don't know how long this trial is scheduled to last, but we're moving through witnesses pretty quickly.
Sir, if you would please come to the front of the courtroom. And before you have a seat on the witness stand, could you turn and face me and raise your right hand? You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth. Yes, sir. Please have a seat. You're responding to questions first from Ms. Mitchell and perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state and spell your name for the court reporter?
My name is Michael Ray Gonzalez. My last name is spelled Gonzalez.
Okay. And your rank of detective?
I'm a detective. Yes, ma'am.
And for whom do you work?
I'm a Dallas police officer. I have been for about 25 years. But for the last 21 years, I've been assigned to the crime scene investigation unit.
All right. Can you describe briefly to the jury what that means?
Crime scene investigators, they're considered secondary responders. You get your primary responders, your first responders. Those are the officers that drive the squad cars with the lights on them, and they respond to your 911 calls. When they get there, they determine an offense had occurred, and it needs to be documented. Some evidence may need to be collected, and that's when they will call me, the crime scene investigator, the secondary responder. I respond and collect any evidence that needs to be collected.
Okay. And on October 9th of 2020, you were working in crime response.
Crime scene, yes, ma'am. I was in the crime scene
response
section. Yes, ma'am.
On October 9th of 2020.
Yes.
And you were sent out to the scene at around 926 Waverly
Yes.
Street in order to document and collect evidence. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's like he put his suit coat on first and then his tie, and just didn't tuck it in properly.
Gonzalez, do you recall what it looked like when you got to the scene?
When I got to the scene, I know the officers, they had secured the street. There was they determined there was evidence on the street, so they block off both sides of traffic, so nothing gets run over or anything. So
that's normal protocol.
That's normal, and like I said, that's just to keep any potential evidence. And there was a body on the ground covered with the tarp. So.
Okay, so when you got there, the body was already covered.
Yes, ma'am. I got there a little late. Yes, ma'am.
What do you do when you first get there?
When I first get there, I speak to the officers at the scene and determine what they got. In this case, they told me there was a homicide and that there was firearms evidence on the street.
And what do you mean by firearms evidence on the street?
They said there was fire cartridge casings.
Okay. And what do they want you to do?
Reserved for the public.
What did they want me to do? I've done a bunch of scenes. I start off with speaking to them. Then I'll take photographs. I'll take overall photographs of the way the scene is, as it is. And once I get those photographs, I take overalls, I take mid-range, I take close-ups, and I see the evidence. I'll place evidence markers, and I'll take the same photographs again, overall, mid-range, close-ups with the placards, and then we'll collect the evidence. And detectives may walk around the scene and see any other evidence, any other pieces of potential evidence that they want collected. In this case, we found sunglasses or candy wrappers, beer bottles. So.
And since you don't know if it's relevant, with the scene,
it all needs to be collected. Yes, ma'am.
Can you approach the witness, Shirley? Captain Gonzalez, I'm going to show you what's been marked as states 13 through
Was that
69. Can you flip
was
through
one of those
these?
previous witnesses there in the courtroom? Was that him in the blue shirt? Are they staying there? Not him, but did you guys see a previous witness? One of the neighbors had, seen there? Flipping through a lot of pictures. Some of these they probably will not be showing on screen because you'll have the body on it. The pen waving. It's a lot of pictures. I don't see him now. Man, this guy clearly does not pay for his own film. Defense is old-fashioned. They've got the binders.
Yes, ma'am. These are all photographs that I took on the 9th of October.
That Elmo is
And this
huge.
is an accurate depiction of what you photographed that particular day?
Yes, ma'am.
No additions or deletions?
No.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to offer the evidence states 13 through 69.
13 through 69. Also in order. With no... It's just fanning through the pictures. This is just for show. He's not going to object to any of these. Elmozilla. Yes, it's gigantic. I think it's actually the box that it's seated on takes up all the space between the prosecution and the defense table. Well, maybe there is an objection here. Let's see. Amanda, it looks like the dress code for court is pretty proper, so you might have to brush up there. No objections. Okay, we were right.
The minute is offered, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right. Okay. This is just you putting a placard down
Correct.
Quick, Sharpie. Hand me the
that
Sharpie.
you're taking these, that it's your crime scene.
It's got the date, it's got the case number assigned to this offense.
Okay.
And that's me taking the photographs and the type of offense that it is.
All right, perfect. Let's start with State's Exhibit number 14. This is the scene that looked like when you arrived, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And again, when you arrived, the body was underneath that tarp.
Correct.
Just a closer up.
Yes,
Were
ma'am.
you familiar with where the victim lived? Were you told during the investigation?
If I did, I don't recall. I know the body was in front of, I guess, 1002 Waverly.
Okay.
But no, I do not know his exact residence.
Okay. and this is just a photo with all of your markers out, which is part of your process when you're collecting the evidence,
Those are the
correct?
shell
ma'am.
casings. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I saw like 9.
And let's just start with marker number 1. Can you tell the jury what you are? It's hard to see, I know. Can you tell?
I'm going to refer to my notes also, but number 1 was eyeglass lens.
An eyeglass lens.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is State's Exhibit number 20. Let me go back to,
I'm sorry, did you say number 1, right? Yes, number 1 was an eyeglass lens.
yes. All right, let's go back to State's Exhibit 18. The number 1 marker is pretty far away from the body. Would you agree?
Correct.
Okay, but that number 1 marker is where you found the eyeglass lens.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, were you aware if the victim wore eyeglasses?
I was not aware.
Okay.
Connie,
But
it
they
looks
were
like
definitely-
defense
it was
is doing their
definitely out
job.
of place.
All right, and number 2.
Feel sorry for him. That's
we
what they're
see
trying to do.
that. Can you tell the jury what you are marking in State's Exhibit number 2?
They're the eyeglasses. The frames.
Number 2 was the eyeglasses that are missing a lens.
Okay, and this is State's Exhibit 20 that we're talking about.
Yes, ma'am.
So the-
21?
21.
Yes, ma'am.
Jamie
These are
did wear
eyeglasses that are
glasses.
missing a lens.
Correct.
Let's go back to State's Exhibit 19. And can you point out to the jury where State's Exhibit number 2, the eyeglasses?
Someone
missing
spilled a lot of
lens,
Kool-Aid in
is
that
found?
previous picture. Sorry
Oh,
about that.
From my
You
point
can
of
point
view,
to the screen.
the
You can
left-hand
touch
side,
it.
left-hand side of the screen.
Just go ahead and touch it.
Right.
Just
Okay.
touch the
All
screen.
right. Again, pretty far away from the body.
Correct.
All right, and State's Exhibit number 3 is, I'm sorry, State's Exhibit number 22, marker number 3.
That's going to be a fire cartridge casing, 45 caliber.
Okay, and if we compare it to State's Exhibit number 19,
The cameraman's trying
Right, it's
to.
on the right-hand side.
Not
opposite
show
of
the body.
2.
and keeping State's Exhibit number 19 up,
Cameraman's struggling
what do
here.
we see in State's Exhibit?
That's going to be a close-up
23.
photo of the head stamp of the fire cartridge casing.
Okay. State's Exhibit number 24, what do we see here?
Also another fire cartridge case.
All right, and in comparison to State's Exhibit number 19, we can see where that is found around the body, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Is it the same type of fire cartridge casing as in State's,
Yes, yes, ma'am.
as marker number 3, State's Exhibit number 23?
Correct. Yes.
And we see that that's true in State's Exhibit number 25, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
5, 6, and 7, what are you marking here?
More of the same. More 45 caliber fire cartridge cases.
All right. And going back to State's Exhibit number 19,
They're-
we can
they're
see that
quick.
where 5, 6, and 7 are in relation to the body.
Yes, ma'am.
And then you go ahead and mark each one as the same caliber, correct?
Yes.
In State's Exhibit number 28.
Correct.
And you go individually and do it the same with State's Exhibit number 30, marker number 6.
Yes, ma'am.
And you do the same with 7, State's Exhibit number 32.
Yes.
All right. State's Exhibit 8 and 9, what are we looking at here? I'm sorry, I keep doing that. State's Exhibit number 33.
Right. Those are itemist markers number 8 and 9, which are we put the area of 2 more fire cartridge casings, also 45 caliber.
All right. And you go ahead and show that in State's Exhibit number 35,
He didn't get rid of his firearm either. He kept it.
State's Exhibit number 37, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
They're switching camera
Can
angles
you
so
tell me what
quickly.
we're looking at, State's Exhibit number 38?
I'm
It's
impressed.
going to be across the street, I guess on the western side of Waverly. That was markers 10 and 11. And those are beer bottles, empty beer bottles, Modelo and Seagrams, and also a note that was found along the curb line. I think the note just had a phone number on it.
Okay, all right. And again, you don't know what's relevant at this point. so-
Correct, which is trying to collect as much evidence as we can, or potential evidence.
Okay, and this was State's Exhibit 38, in case I did not say that.
Fall. She pled guilty.
This is just a closer view of State's
in prison without
Exhibits,
parole.
or I'm sorry, in State's Exhibit 39, a closer view of markers 10 and 11, correct?
Yes.
All right.
It's the beer bottles.
State's Exhibit 41 actually shows the note that you were talking about with some phone number on it.
Yes.
All right.
Never
Now
recall
let's
the
move on to
numbers you
State's
find on
Exhibit
random
42.
notes
What are we
on the
looking at
ground.
here?
Number 42 is going to be it's a fired bullet. It was actually found down the street in front of 1014 South Waverly.
Okay. This is a closer up picture in State's Exhibit 43.
Correct.
Well, that was actually the bullet. That's the projectile.
State's
found.
Exhibit 13. Where was the? Wait, can you describe what we're looking at?
Yeah, there were pieces of duct tape that were along the driveway of, I think, 1002 South Waverly.
It's a better aim than
It was,
he's a
I'm sorry,
duct
along the
taper.
driveway?
In the driveway, yes, ma'am. They told
In
me.
the driveway.
Yes, they told me that the story that I got from the officers at the scene is that they were on the lady that was at the scene that got assaulted, and I guess they took them off or it fell off, but that was evidence that was on her at one time.
Okay, and that's State's Exhibit number 45. Let me jump to State's Exhibit number 47. And it's not a close-up, but can you point out to the jury 13, where 13 is
Where 13 is.
with the duct tape?
Oh, it's over here along the right arm fence. The metal
Top
fence.
right hand corner by the
Okay,
white
so
fence.
in the driveway
Sorry,
of
top middle.
1002 Waverly Place.
Yes, ma'am.
And then also in this picture, we are looking at markers 14 and 15 in State's Exhibit 47.
I see 14. Right, 14 is right in the middle of the driveway. I believe that was a candy wrapper. I think M&M's, peanuts, and number 15, which is an empty water bottle.
He like ate his lunch there and then littered and then left. He was there for 5 hours waiting.
State's Exhibit 48, we get another angle of where this duct tape was in marker 13, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
All right, can you just point it out quickly to the jury?
The duct tape is right here on the drive.
Now in State's Exhibit 50, we've moved to marker 16. Do you know what you're documenting there? Tell.
It's hard to see in the picture, but 16 were actual cigarette butts. 16A and 16A were 2 cigarette butts that I collected.
Okay, and this would be in State's 51?
Correct. Yes, so there's one here.
Can you point out the 2 cigarette
Right,
butts?
there's one here and one here.
Okay.
Once again, we're just hoping for some kind of evidence, DNA evidence.
And again, State's Exhibit 52, you've now moved to marker 17. What are you documenting?
Number 17, I believe that's a can of orange juice.
Was this also across the street?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 54, what are we looking at here?
That's going to be a storage shed with the doors open. That's in behind 1002 South Waverly.
Okay. Were you aware that the house was vacant?
The house was vacant? No, I wasn't aware.
Okay. All right. But this shed was behind that blue house that we're looking at, where the body was found in front of.
Yes, ma'am.
And in State's Exhibit 55, we have the blue house, the back of it.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Your Honor, may I briefly approach the witness?
Sure.
Detective Gonzalez, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 71. Did you create this as part of your duties as a crime scene response?
Yes, ma'am. It's a computer-generated sketch that I created.
Okay. And that's of 1000. Well, that's of Waverly Street.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you said the body was found in front of 1002 Waverly.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. The house right next door is 926 Waverly. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit 71. And just so we're clear to the jury, what's attached to this are
Measurements that would of the location of the evidence.
okay.
We have no objection.
Admitted, you may publish.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is actual speed.
All right, just to give the jury some context here, again, oh, you know, I'm going to continue. I'm going to continue with the evidence right now. In State's Exhibit 56, it's the back of the house the body was found in front of, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 18. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
It was a pair of eyeglasses, pair of sunglasses that were.
Excuse me. State's Exhibit number 58.
It is State's Exhibit number 58, marker 18.
Gotcha. Yeah, a pair of sunglasses that were just hanging on the fence post, and the fence that separates 926 and 1002 South Waverly. Like I said, it was just out of place, and we just took them.
Okay. Was that side of the fence on the side of the 1002? Or
That's on the side of 1002, yes.
Okay, all right. So again, you don't know what's going to become relevant, so you collect.
Correct.
And State's Exhibit 59, what are we looking at here?
That was a roll of duct tape that we noticed that was on the southeast corner of 1002 Waverly, just on the roof. We figured since there was duct tape we collected from in front of the house, and there was a roll of duct tape on the roof, we collected it.
It could be connected.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Did you do anything with that particular roll of duct tape?
We did process it for fingerprints, and there was none collected. There were no fingerprints lifted.
All right. State's Exhibit 60. What are we looking at here?
The detective requested I swab the door handle of that the back door of 1002 South Waverly for any potential DNA evidence.
Okay. Do you know if any were found? Or any testing was done on that?
I do not know. I just collect it and package it and make sure it's available.
Okay. All right. I'm going to show you now what's marked as State's Exhibit number
That's where I keep
61.
mine.
Okay. And this is the body uncovered?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And what are you documenting in State's Exhibit 61, marker 21?
Once the medical examiner removed the tarp, I was able to see the complainant. Immediately we noticed an additional fire cartridge casing above his head. That was a 45 caliber.
It also was a 45 caliber?
Yes, ma'am.
In State's Exhibit, this is a closer view, State's Exhibit 62?
Yes, ma'am. That's the 45 caliber fire cartridge case.
And this is where you show that it's the same caliber, State's Exhibit 63.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you also go ahead and photograph some of the body?
I do. I try to document some of these injuries, but with the assistance of the medical examiner. We're not allowed to touch the body, so I take all the photographs from different angles. And I believe after the medical examiner was finished with the examination, we moved the body, and I found a bullet that was underneath a bullet fragment that was underneath the body also.
Okay. In State's Exhibit 64, this is you documenting the scene and the body?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. State's Exhibit 65?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 66?
Yes, injury photos, yes, ma'am.
And State's Exhibit 67, what are we looking at here?
It was just the overall of the body, how the shirt's lifted up. There was a obvious bullet hole on his stomach.
Okay, and who bagged the hands?
The medical examiner.
Medical examiner, all right. In State's Exhibit number 68, what are we looking at?
That's that bullet fragment I was referring to earlier. When they rolled the body, it was attached to a shirt, and we just collected it when they rolled the body.
All right, and then State's Exhibit 69.
Just another photo of it.
Okay. Now, okay. In State's Exhibit 15, we see the body in front of the vacant blue house, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's the house you marked at as 1002 Waverly.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? All right. In State's Exhibit number 71, you note where the body is in front of 1002 Waverly.
Correct.
And to my left is 926 Waverly.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct?
Yes.
That's the house next door then.
Yes.
So in State's Exhibit number 15, this gray house would be 926 Waverly.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry. Gonzalez. So you collect everything that we just went through at the scene, and you took your photos.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then what do you do with the property when you take it away from the scene?
I take it back to my office. The fire cartridge cases we work on immediately. We package them, and they're placed in plastic bags. They're sealed with blue tape. The bag is labeled with the case number assigned to this offense, and also the tag number assigned to this offense, to the evidence. And each bag is labeled the same way. I initial them, I seal them, and then I initial them. And each one has the tag number, case number. That's just in case they get separated from each other. We know that this piece of evidence belongs to this tag number and belongs to this case number.
Okay. And did you bring any evidence with you today?
I did.
Okay. And what did you bring with you today?
I brought the fire cartridge casings that I collected.
Okay.
He-
And approach the witness, Your Honor?
He brought the evidence with him today? That's interesting. I keep these with me. Yes, the documentary is on YouTube, 48 hours.
Do you know what is inside of what I'm going to call State's Exhibit 70?
Yes, and those are the fire cartridge cases that I collected, and the 2 fired bullets and bullet fragments.
And that's what you see inside today?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
And do they have your markings on them?
They do. Like I said, they got I had a detective assisting me in this case. His name was Detective Eddie Oviedo, and
Eddie Oviedo.
I was doing one thing and he was doing the other. He helped package this evidence. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But
Could you spell the name of the other detective?
The detective assisting me. Sorry, his last name is Oviedo. Oviedo.
Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
all right. But otherwise, the case number, the y'all's service number is on this package and the date that it was packaged. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And is that the same for all of the cartridge cases
Yes, ma'am.
in here?
Yes.
All right. Everything's in here, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to offer the evidence, State's Exhibit number 70.
No objection.
State 70 is admitted for all purposes. May publish.
All right. And so what we show here, you wrapped each one individually.
Correct.
Okay. So what we show here are the fire cartridge casings, and you've got 8 of them. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that 8 is what you get when you put on your worksheet, correct?
Correct. Yes, ma'am.
Do you do anything else with these fire cartridge casings?
They were before we packaged them. They were processed for latent prints using black powder. No latent prints were lifted. It's actually very rare that we get prints,
Okay.
but an attempt was made. So we package them, we seal them, we initial them, and then we submit them to NIBIN to get compared to any other evidence in the
Okay.
system.
Is that common for at least a shell casing or fire cartridge case to be entered into NIBIN
It's the norm. They all are
on all handguns?
on all cases. Any firearm, any fire cartridge casings are collected and entered into NIBIN.
Okay, and can you explain to the jury why this is important and what NIBIN is?
Well, NIBIN, it's a database. Like I said, I'm not an expert, and I'm probably going to butcher it. I believe it's National Integrated Ballistic Information Network,
That's pretty good. And
something like that. And it's a database. They enter the head stamp of the fire cartridge casing, which is each one's unique. The firing pin of a gun leaves the impression on the head stamp of the fire cartridge case. They get entered into a database, and that database compares fire cartridge casings that have been entered from everywhere, and see if anything matches.
okay, see if it's connected to anywhere else.
To any other offenses in Dallas and in Plano and in any state, actually.
Okay, all right.
Too soon, Mike. Too soon.
Okay, thank you, Detective Gonzalez. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Detective, so you didn't talk to any witnesses in this case?
I did not. No, sir.
You showed up after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Was Miss Faith there at the scene when you showed up?
Yes.
Did you see people talking to her?
I don't recall. I'm sorry.
Was she sitting down on the sidewalk? Was she
I couldn't tell you. I'm sorry.
but you didn't have any interaction with
No,
him.
sir.
And you said that you took the casings and you had them, you entered them into the NIBIN database.
No, I didn't. I collected them and I submitted them to be entered, but I personally did not do the entering.
Okay. And who does that?
The firearms experts and stuff.
Okay. So you gave it to them, and they in turn entered it into the database.
Correct.
Did you find out what the results of the database
No, sir.
inquiry was?
No, occasionally we'll get emails saying, hey, you got a match to a robbery offense, or you got a match to an assault offense, but I really don't recall.
And the firearms experts are the ones that decide how good of a match it is or not.
Oh, definitely. Yes, sir.
Sometimes just because there's a match doesn't necessarily mean that it's the same cartridge that was used or gun that was used in something else. Right?
Like I said, I don't know what their protocol is or how accurate it is, but
And those experts actually, look at the data and they make a subjective determination as to whether it matches.
correct. I guess that's what
It could be a
they're.
good match. It could be a partial match. It could be something that it could be the same or it could not be the same. Right?
Like I said, I'm not an expert on it. I'm not very familiar with it, so I think I'm qualified to testify to that.
So the sunglasses that you took a picture of, did you collect those also?
I did.
All right. Did you put them in a bag and submit it to the lab for
I did.
testing?
Yes, sir.
Were they swabbed for DNA?
I packaged them so that in case they needed to be swabbed, they could be.
No.
But they were processed for fingerprints and none were lifted.
And you don't know whether they were submitted for DNA or not?
No, do not.
I passed it.
Ms. Mitchell,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Very good. Sir, you may stand down. Please make sure you don't walk off with any exhibits. I'm not sure you have them right there. But
Leave the evidence that you brought into court today.
Ms. Mitchell, call your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Detective Chris Walton.
Judges can stretch. We're all invited to stretch as well. He brought it, so technically it's his. Judy. My evidence. My case, my evidence. Oh, look how much evidence this guy brought. He's got all the evidence.
Morning, sir.
I didn't know they made binders that big. Check this out. This is gigantic.
And before you have a seat, face me and raise your right hand.
That's like a foot
You swear the
thick.
testimony you're about to give will be the truth. Yes, sir. Please have a seat. We'll be responding to questions from Ms. Mitchell first, perhaps also Mr. Sanchez to your left. You may proceed whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Let's take a break after carrying. Oh, down to business. Just make yourself comfortable. Make yourself at home. It is hot there. I've never seen somebody dressed down, just sit on the stand. But loosen the tie, take your shoes off, put your feet up. It's all
Will you
good.
please say and state your name for the record?
Chris Walton, W-A-L-T-O-N,
And how do you spell Chris?
C-H-R-I-S,
And for whom do you work?
Dallas Police Department.
And what is your title?
I'm a homicide detective.
And how long have you been a homicide detective?
7 years,
How long have you been with Dallas Police Department?
19 years.
Do you sell trapper keepers as a side business?
Detective Walton, can you explain to the jury, just generally, how the homicide detective, how you guys work in teams or the process?
Yeah, so we work in teams. The main objective of the homicide detective or other detective is to make sure that we keep the lead detective's mind focused on what's at hand.
All right. So so people get called out, a group gets called out or has a week that they're on call, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
All right, and that is because there are a lot of murders in Dallas County, unfortunately, and this allows you to have a team of people that can help you.
Yes, that's correct. During that time, we had a rotational-based system where, say, if I get a case, my name goes to the bottom, and then it rotates back up to the top.
Okay. On October 9th of 2020, were you called in as a homicide detective to a death that occurred to a murder investigation that occurred on Waverly?
Yes, ma'am, I was.
All right, and Waverly
She wants to say
Drive?
Not that.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and where is that in Dallas?
So on in Oak Cliff, basically. Yes.
Okay, in the Oak Cliff area.
Yes.
Okay, and are you designated as that time as the lead detective?
Yes, I was.
Okay. You were contacted by whom to go out to the scene?
I was contacted by Detective Cheney. He received notification around about 7:45 that morning. We were actually working another scene when we received this call.
Okay. Do you go out by yourself? Do you go out with him?
No, we went out with other detectives who were assisting us during that day, who were on call with us.
All right. And what happens when you first get there? Or what do you see? What do you notice?
When I first arrived, I observed several uniformed police officers, squad cars. They were securing the scene with yellow crime scene tape.
That makes
also
it secure.
observed Mrs. Faith being comforted by officers, and then I observed Mr. Faith lying on the ground covered up by Dallas Fire.
Okay. Do you recall what Jennifer Faith was wearing?
I believe she was wearing a red shirt, black pants, or sweatpants, something like that.
And then how was she acting?
She was very emotional, distraught, crying. When I observed her, I felt some type of way because she had just witnessed her husband getting killed.
Okay. You said you were trying to comfort her. What do you mean by that?
Well, officers were trying to comfort her. Also, myself, I introduced myself to her as the lead detective, and that I was going to be meeting with her, and I wanted to actually talk to her a little bit better, not just at the scene, but at the office as well.
Okay. Was she receptive to you?
Yes, she was.
All right. Do you ask her any questions at that time?
The things I asked her, what happened. There was also, I noticed that there was a piece of duct tape that was at the scene, and she had told me that the person who did this tied her up with a piece of duct tape, tried to take her property.
Okay, and where did you notice this duct tape?
I believe it was right there in the driveway where this incident, close area where this incident happened.
And did anything stand out to you regarding this piece of duct tape?
One of the things that stood out to me was the size of the duct tape. It wasn't a big piece of duct tape. It was a small piece of duct tape. So my first reaction was, how can this small piece of duct tape tie her down? That was my initial reaction.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm going to show you what's previously admitted as State's Exhibit 45.
The
recognize that
defendant's
as
accused
the
of wrapping duct tape around the
duct tape
wrists
that were on the
of
driveway.
Yes.
Jennifer.
Okay. After you, what do you do next? You're talking to her. You're looking at the scene. Are you looking at her to see if she has any injuries?
That's one of the things that we're doing. But the main thing that I want to do is I'm trying to talk to witnesses. There were different bystanders out there. I want to make sure that I got their information. We tried to talk to them to see if they saw or heard anything. We knocked on several doors, but the biggest thing we were trying to do is if there was surveillance video. We knocked on several houses. Some people had video, some didn't. But the biggest thing that we wanted to do was make sure that we get any kind of evidence that can help us in this investigation.
Okay. We know there was ring video from Jennifer and James Faith's house. It shows them leaving.
That's correct.
Correct?
That's correct.
But the ring video does not show the shooting.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, because they had gone farther down the street.
Yes.
Okay. Did you notice anything about the house at 926 Waverly? Was there any other video?
There was we went back to the location a few days later. There was Mrs. Faith had given me access and allowed me to go through to see, because there was a camera on the front of the residence, but it wasn't working. So I thought that was odd. This camera that could have caught the offense, it wasn't working.
Okay.
So
before we get into the side, go back down, I just wanted to point that out to the jury. So there was a front camera at her house, but it wasn't working.
That's correct.
Did she tell you about how long it hadn't been working?
I don't recall her giving me a direct answer on that.
Okay.
I believe she said she didn't know.
Okay. And I'm sorry, I think I took us down the road. I didn't need to go yet. Who was there with Jennifer when you were talking to her?
Her daughter Amber Faith. She was there.
Okay, and how was she?
She was very emotional as well, trying to comfort her mother.
Was anybody else with them?
Like I said, uniformed officers were there also trying to comfort her.
Okay, all right. Did you guys try to get her away from the body?
The biggest thing we wanted to do was get as much information as we could from the beginning and get her transported to headquarters where we can talk to her a little bit better.
Okay, so before you're going around talking to witnesses and seeing about surveillance, do you have her and Amber taken down to headquarters?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Okay, and that's where they're going to wait for you so you can speak to them?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you come to find out a possible suspect vehicle description?
Yes, as we were canvassing the area, knocking on doors, Detective Kramer, he notified me that we had an individual who possibly took a picture of the vehicle as it was driving away. We went in, we interviewed with his, I guess one of his family members, and we were able to see the actual picture of the truck with the T emblem on it.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
And Detective Walton, these have been blown up. But in what's been previously admitted as states 11 and 12 were these the photos on October 9, 2020 that were viewed by several different detectives and responding officers regarding the possible suspect vehicle.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what was distinctive about that vehicle besides that you guys could make out the make and model?
Right, there was the T emblem on it. We thought initially there was a Texas Ranger sticker.
Okay, but you come to find out that is not right.
That's correct.
What does it turn out to be?
With Tennessee Volunteers.
They just assume every T is for Texas Rangers.
Okay, and you said you are canvassing the neighborhood, trying to get. Are you just staying within those houses right there on Waverly Place at the time?
During that first initial, yes, ma'am. We were trying to get as much information that we could. Some people had Ring cameras. Some had cameras that didn't work. So we were trying to get all additional information that we could, so that way we can try to find out who committed this crime.
Okay. So you have possible suspect vehicle. Okay. And you're canvassing the neighborhood, and other detectives are as well.
Yes, that's
correct. And you
correct.
speak to several neighbors, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. But as far as we know, no one saw it firsthand.
No.
Okay. When the medical examiner arrives, or the medical examiner investigator arrives, is Jamie Faith uncovered at that time? James Faith uncovered at that time?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And what do you see?
I observed him. There was quite a bit of blood surrounding him. Several defects where we believe that were in his head, and also defects in his chest, and also one defect in his groin.
Okay. And did that appear to you to be gunshot wounds?
Yes.
All right. Do you know about how many times he was shot?
I later found out that he was shot approximately 7 times. He was 3 in the head, 3 in the chest, and 1 in the groin.
After you're canvassing and you're talking to the officers and the other detectives, and you see the body, what do you do next?
Head back to headquarters because I wanted to get one-on-one with Mrs. Faith.
Were you also trying to get other units involved in this area of the Oak Cliff area?
The very next day, we were able to get the homicide response team. We had a homicide response team with individuals. They were knocking on doors, pretty much saturating the area to find out additional information regarding the crime that was committed.
That was the next day?
That was the very next day.
All right. So let's go where you go to headquarters.
Yes.
When you get to headquarters, where are Jennifer and Amber?
When I get there, they're sitting in our conference room. Initially, we had them in one of the recording rooms, but we moved them out because we were taking a little bit longer at the scene and didn't want them cramped up in the actual room. We brought them back. I brought Mrs. Faith back in the room. Amber tried to come with her, but I told Mrs. Faith I wanted to talk to her one-on-one. As I began to interview her, she began having a medical episode, or I believe she started complaining. I don't know if she couldn't breathe or what have you. But we ended up calling for an ambulance, in which they came up to our headquarters.
Okay. And did the ambulance end up taking her to where?
They took her to Baylor Hospital.
Baylor downtown?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you follow with them?
Yes, I met them up there with her.
Okay. Amber goes with her to the hospital.
Yes, that's correct.
Do you get a chance to talk to her in the hospital?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Eventually, does she come back to headquarters, or do you?
Yeah, so after she was treated, she came back to headquarters.
Okay. And then, what do you ask her at that time?
Well, at headquarters, I was trying to find out a little bit more about what happened. She told me that they were walking out of the door. But before then, we were actually in the hospital room when I asked her for consent for a cell phone. And when I was able to, when I initially asked her and told her that I wanted to have a fair investigation across the board to make sure that if her name was ever to come up, that we can cross that we can check that off the box and say that we did investigate her as well. So when I asked for consent for her phone, she had given it to me, but she hesitated at first. Then she given it to me, and that's when we went back to headquarters.
Okay. Were you asking her questions about who could possibly have done this, if she had any idea?
Yes.
Were you going down that line of investigation?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And what was she telling you?
She told me that the individual who had his face had like a blue mask. Said he was medium build. Instead of saying his eyes were brown, she said his eyes seemed to be black. But that was pretty much the description that she had given during that time.
Okay. That was about the extent of the description that she gave.
Yes.
Medium build, blue surgical mask, black eyes.
Yes.
Okay. But did you also ask her, was there anyone that she knew of that could possibly have done this to Jamie?
During that time, I know we got into that a little bit when we got back to headquarters.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Comes number 72.
Okay, well, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 72. Do you recognize, and can you look through all of it? I'm sorry. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit number 72, 73, and 74.
Okay. Probably already have these in your binder. What doesn't he have in his binder? That's like every offense committed in the county right there. That is a ton. It's probably all the depositions.
Yes.
All right. And did you do this paperwork?
Yes, ma'am.
With Jennifer Fay?
Yes, I did.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to offer the evidence, State 72 through 74.
No objection, Your Honor.
72 through 74 admitted for all purposes. You may publish.
All right. And may I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Usually you only have to ask to approach one time.
What is each exhibit?
The first exhibit number 72 is a consent for her cell phone. So she gave me consent. Exhibit number 73 is where we went back to her residence and she was able to give me the victim's computers and things of that nature, keyboards and other company laptops. Also, exhibit number 74 is where she brought me her clothing.
Okay. And why did you want this information? Either her phone or the victim's computers, things like that. What were you trying to do?
Just wanted to do a thorough investigation to find out who committed this crime, because at the time we had nothing but just a black truck with a T emblem on the back windshield.
Did you come to find out that he worked at American Airlines?
Yes, I did.
Okay. At this time, did Jennifer Faith let you know that anything was going on with American Airlines that may have prompted someone to kill him?
I learned a lot about Jamie that day. When I learned that he was an IT director at American Airlines. I also learned that during the time of COVID, there was a layoff. Approximately 18 to 20 individuals were laid off. But that's the only thing that I heard at that point in time. I learned that Jamie was a Green Bay Packer fan. He was an individual who loved playing video games on Thursday nights. and he was just a family man. He loved family, loved outings, loved going to social gatherings with his family. But when going through this investigation, trying to find out who would want to hurt him, that was the thing that we started talking about. Okay, if there was anybody, who would you say that wanted to hurt Jamie? He laid off 18 to 20 people, and also one of, I believe, Amber's biological father came into play. His name had came up in this investigation as well.
Okay, just let's parse this out just a little bit. As far as Amber and the bio dad, he has not been part of her life almost her entire life. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then as far as American Airlines, did you actually go to American Airlines and talk to the people there?
Yes, ma'am, I did. I went to meet with the director at American Airlines, and when I met with them, they pretty much gave me a little bit of history about Jamie.
Okay. Was he well liked at his job?
Yes.
Okay. Do you pretty much at that point decide that there's just nothing to go on as far as any employees doing this to him that were irritated at getting laid off?
Well, at the time, I still didn't know.
Okay.
I still didn't know, and I believe that I did a subpoena, and they were able to get me those names during that time.
Okay. What about at this time? Are you also, now we've moved past October 9th, and we're starting to move into 10, 11, and 12 of October of 2020, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Are you reaching out to Jennifer Faye daily or every couple of days? What's going on with the investigation?
Well, I was going by it there because the way I work my investigations, the first few days I stay out in the field because I'm trying to gather, information that without the lights, camera, action out there. Okay. So I was going by there. I had police officers checking on her. Extra patrol was done out there. I was going on out constantly talking to her, praying with her. And just trying to make sure she was okay.
Okay. Is it around this time too? Do you meet with Jennifer and Jamie Faith's parents at her home?
Yes, I did. A few days later, they had flew into town, and Jennifer was sitting on the couch. I was right there, and her parents were also on the other couch with her sister as well. And those were the individuals that gave me additional information about him. Loving the Green Bay Packers and just the type of person that he was, not having any enemies.
Okay. He was
No
originally
enemies.
from Wisconsin, correct?
Yes, that's
That's
correct.
impressive.
So they gave you no information or any indication that anyone had anything out for Jamie Faith, correct?
No.
Okay. Do you also do anything with the media?
Yes. During that time, I put out a public bulletin. The public bulletin went out so that we can try to get some answers. Then we did a TV interview with Fox 4 News Trackdown, where the information was actually put out there, and the video collection that we did was also put out there to the media.
Okay, so let's back up and talk about, first of all, you did a bulletin. Mm-hmm. Did you put anything in the bulletin about the truck or anything that was specific?
Yes, I did. I put the photo that we had received of the truck, and asked the public for any assistance they would give me regarding if anybody knew who that truck belonged to or anything, and specifically focusing on that T sticker on the back of the windshield.
And you guys were going pretty deep into this, right? I think you and I spoke. Did you contact Austin, for instance?
Yes, I did. I did call down there to see if there were, and this is what I learned too about the Nissan Titan truck. I learned that from I believe 2004 to 2007, the same model. Then also from 2008 to 2015, it's the same model. So I learned a little bit about the Nissan Titan truck. So when I asked them if they had vehicles that possibly match, we were able to try to find different vehicles in the area, but we were unsuccessful in locating any vehicles with a T emblem or matching the description of the truck.
Okay. Going parallel at this time mm-hmm. is the phone from Jennifer Faith is being extracted.
Yes. By
a team of people that work at DPD. Would that be correct?
Yes, our fusion unit.
Okay. And she gave you the information in order to get into the phone and get the cell phone extracted, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But that's taking a little time. You have other detectives looking at it to see if they can find anything in it, correct?
Yes, I gave him the phone to Detective Gross.
Okay.
While I was out in the field, I asked him if he can look through it and find anything in it while I'm out in the field trying to collect video.
Do you get the cell phone? Do you recall? Because I know
Neighbor
what
took
was
a
going
picture
on
of
at
the
the
truck.
time. Do you recall if you got the cell phone extraction back before or after you go and get the track down video surveillance?
The extraction was done that same day when I took Mrs. Faith's phone from her because I had to give it back to her. So that extraction was done that day that I met with her.
Okay. May I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Detective, I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 75. Do you recognize this? I have
yes.
shown this to you?
Yes.
And have you looked on it?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And is this a USB or flash drive of the cell phone extraction from Jennifer Faith's phone?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you looked at this yesterday, is that correct?
Yes, I did.
Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence the flash drive, State's Exhibit 75, which contains the contents of the cell extraction for record purposes only.
No objection.
It's admitted for record purposes only at this point.
Okay.
Record purposes
Thank you,
only.
Your Honor.
Make sure that's in a separate place for the court.
Detective, you can store documents digitally.
Thank you.
But what I do with my binder?
Okay. And we're going to get into that in a little bit. But let's talk about the what you call the track down video.
Yes.
And please tell the jury how you and some others, mostly you, I think, or all you, were able to pull this together.
We were able to, like I said, like I mentioned before, we knocked on several doors. Some people had video, some didn't. But we, as one video, we got one video from one house. The next video from another house. We were able to try to put the pieces of the puzzle together, and we're able to track the vehicle approximately close to 3 miles down the road from where the office had.
It's a lot of
So you were
cameras.
going to homes, businesses, apartments, etc.
Yes, it was.
And looking for
Video.
looking for cameras, looking for video. And were most people allowing you to view the video?
Yes, the individuals that we actually spoke with, they were pretty cooperative. Some, like I mentioned before, some cameras worked, some didn't. But those cameras that were operable, we were able to get those videos from those individuals.
Cooperative
I think you
means
described it as kind of putting a puzzle together. Is
no
that correct?
subpoena.
Yes, that's correct.
Can you explain to the jury what you mean by that?
So basically, if we get one video from one house and we have another from another house, the time frames. So say this offense occurred approximately about 7:33, 7:34 in that range. So the first video we get the time frame 7:33, 7:34. The next house, a few few houses down the road, they may have the vehicle pulling into their camera approximately about 7:35, or something like that. That's what I mean by putting the pieces of the puzzle together, and that's what we did.
Okay. May I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Can you give me just a second, Your Honor? I apologize.
That'd be a good
Why
time
don't
for
y'all stand up
lunch.
and stretch your legs real quick, members of the jury. Ms. Simmons, how you doing? Okay. We'll go about another 20 minutes or so before we take our lunch break.
Guess we'll take our lunch around 1. So we have Detective Chris Walton on the stand right now. He is one cool cat. He is wearing a leather holster. I believe he has spare magazines on one side and a firearm on the other. It's an interesting design. He probably wears that suit every day for work. That's his office suit, because that sort of holster is generally only worn under a suit coat
All right. May I first witness, Your
or
Honor?
some
You
sort
may.
of jacket.
Detective Walton,
YouTube has
what's
demonetized my
marked as
video for
states
the day.
76 and 77. Do you recognize the person in these photos?
Maybe
Yes,
that
I
would
do.
happen.
And when were these photos taken?
October 9th.
October 9th. Okay. And this is when Jennifer Faith was brought to headquarters along with her daughter Amber Faith, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Your Honor, I'd like to offer into evidence States Exhibits 76 and 77 for all purposes.
No objection.
They're admitted. You may publish.
All right.
So we're doing a police chase for lunch.
States Exhibit 76. Can you tell the jury what we're looking at?
This is Mrs. Faith. After the offense, after she had come back from the hospital, I wanted to make sure that we took photos of her, just trying to photograph any kind of injuries that she had.
And if this is common to take a photo of your witnesses and then to check them for any injuries, is
Yes,
that correct?
that's correct.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit number 77.
Yes, ma'am.
Same thing, just a photo close-up of her face.
That's correct.
Did
Yes, that's
you,
Jennifer.
do you recall when you, I know she went to Baylor for an unrelated, but when you were looking at her, did you see any overt injuries on her?
Not any overt injuries.
Okay, what did you see, if you can recall?
I believe there were light marks on her, and I didn't see anything that just stood out as far as like any injuries.
Okay, so
Of
some
the nature.
scrapes and bumps?
Yes.
Thank you, Greeners. Appreciate it.
All right, may I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Now I'm going to show you, I'm going out of order.
I believe it was
And I apologize.
demonetized during
I'm gonna show you
the
State's Exhibit
state's
number
opening
82.
statements.
All right?
Prosecution.
You and I have looked at this.
No,
correct?
it's
What
demonetized.
do you
It's
call
fine.
what it is?
That's the track down video from when we did the TV interview.
Okay, this is the video that you put together
Yes,
from
well,
all the surveillance.
yes, one of the media relations individuals put that video actually together, but this one, I got it from it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And this is what the surveillance that you had pulled, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. At this time, I'd like to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 82.
Okay.
82 is admitted. You may publish.
Thank you.
They have to walk around the outside because Elmo takes up the center aisle space.
All right, Your Honor, here we go.
Thank you, Samantha. Oh, you're amazing. Thank you. You're an amazing mod. Just you being here is enough. But thank you so much for generous super chat. The defendant is very interested in the exhibits and the information that's posted on screen. He likes to see all these pictures.
All right, and I may pause it, Detective Walton, just so you can explain, because I know we go on several different streets, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Parrot Court, appreciate you.
And what do you see there?
That is the suspect vehicle, the black truck, Nissan Titan, with the T emblem.
Do you have any idea
With
where
the
this
T emblem.
Yeah,
what
it's
street is this coming down?
yes, it's headed eastbound on West Clarendon. It's approaching the stoplight at Edgefield.
He says with
Okay,
the T
and
emblem,
Clarendon
but he
is
can't see the
fairly
back.
close to Waverly, correct?
It connects to Waverly. Matter of fact, he turned onto Clarendon from Waverly.
He can't testify now. He can say he can see the T emblem.
All right, and this is the same, just a different viewpoint, but this is Clarendon still.
Yes,
And he
still
is
the same
approaching
as.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He is approaching the light that you were speaking of.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you can
Thanks,
see
Red Pen.
here again. I know it's kind of hard to see, but there's the T sticker in the back window of the black truck, correct?
That's correct.
Rudy. Rudy, appreciate you. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you very much. You guys are amazing. Tag, you're yellow. Congratulations. YouTube is so sensitive. They are, Mandy. Thank you all. You guys are amazing.
Okay, and just at the very top of the screen, we see where the circle is, the black truck going by, correct?
That's correct.
And can you tell the jury what's the timestamp on this one?
Timestamp is 7:37.
And the murder, the call-in, do you recall?
I believe it was
about what time?
I believe 7:35. Yeah,
7:35.
I believe so. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this timestamp is showing him driving at 7:37 a.m.
That's correct.
So he showed up, did the hit, and drove away.
Okay, and what street are we on? Do you have any idea?
Still Clarendon.
This is still Clarendon.
Yes,
okay?
yes, ma'am.
So BK says he has an alibi. That'll be interesting
Right now,
to
it's
see.
around Clarendon and Adams Street.
Look at all these cameras. businesses.
Are we still on Clarendon?
Still on Clarendon. Now he's approaching Zane.
Don't commit a crime in Dallas. Everyone is filming you.
I'm sorry, he's approaching what?
Zane Boulevard.
Is that the cross street right there?
Yes, ma'am. Turns southbound on Zane. Right here, he's approaching Zane in Illinois.
Zane in Illinois, in the Oak Cliff area.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell the jury what the timestamp is on this one?
Timestamp on this
I
is
hear what you're saying,
7:48.
Greeners. I hear you.
Do you know what he does at Zane in Illinois? Does he go straight?
No, he turns east, headed east on West Illinois.
Aztec Art just sent a super sticker with 2.99.
Thanks for the super sticker, Aztec Art. Good to have you back today. Glad you can be with us. Would not be the same without you. It's all right, guys. It's all right. YouTube demonetizes every single police chase we do. And all that means is it's not a black mark on my channel. It just means they
Are we
don't
getting closer to
think
the
it's
freeway,
good
Detective?
material to
he's
sell
getting ready
advertising
to
for.
turn
So there's no
northbound
ad
on
revenue.
I-35 from Illinois.
So Illinois connects to I-35.
Yes, right. It's right there at the. He's getting ready to make a left, heading northbound.
We're going to follow him all the way back to Tennessee. Just one camera to the next.
And the entrance ramp to I-35 is right there.
I'm sorry. Yes,
Okay.
on the previous picture.
Okay.
This guy had no idea who'd be on 30 different cameras.
Thank you, Your Honor.
4.99.
KR, thank you for the super sticker. Appreciate that. And Samantha gifted 5 memberships as well. That is awesome. Let's see who got those. Stacey Lee, Fanny Pack, Teresa, Jen Mitch, and Groovy Jill all gifted memberships by Samantha Terry. One of our great mods. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Okay, Detective Walton, at some point, well, I think very quickly, after 10-9, Detective Gross comes to you with some information that he's found on the phone. Is that correct?
Yes, he actually called me.
Gross? What?
Detective Gross.
Could you spell that for her, please?
Yes, could you spell Detective Gross?
What a good name for what he
Yes,
finds.
Gross.
Thank you.
Detective Gross is in homicide with you.
Yes, that's correct. Yes,
And you had asked him to go ahead and look at this cell extraction that you had done
that's correct.
while you're doing all this other stuff. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And does he finally come to you with some information about what he's found on the phone?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Does he find something on Jennifer Faith's phone that he thinks you might find interesting?
Yes, he did.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Is that correct?
I'm going to show you what's some marked as State's Exhibit 79. The cell phone extraction has been previously admitted into evidence. These are,
Don't move my binder.
when
He
you read
pushes
over
it right
this and see if you
back.
recognize it, extractions from what Detective Gross thought you might find interesting.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what opens the door in the investigation into Jennifer's involvement, is her cell phone.
And you had gone through these texts as well. In fact, you and I had talked about them, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Ann. Diet Coke Mama gifted a membership.
At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer the evidence State's Exhibit 79. It is just the excerpts.
Tish, thank you as well. You're another incredible mod. So good to have you here.
What do you think, Mr. Sanchez?
Oh, I'm sorry.
You have any objections?
Oh, no objection, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
It's like, what do you think, Mr. Adam, thank you as well. He's defendant's chuckling. Defense forgot to say they have no objections. Judge was waiting for him to respond. Oh man, that is a massive Rolodex.
All right.
Jessica, did you see him take his suit coat off and spread it on the chair and get organized? It's awesome.
All right. And you should be able to use your screen, Detective Walton.
I hear the voice when you say that, Tish. That's awesome.
Okay.
Thank
and
you
what
so
we're
much.
looking at here is from an extraction report, Celebrite reports, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and Celebrite is the software that is used.
You had Celebrate on your bingo
Well-
card? Here it is.
Celebrite is the software that creates a report that breaks up the different things in a phone, like chats and emails, contacts, things of that nature, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so what we're looking at here is a Celebrite report of the phone extraction from Jennifer Faith, a portion of it.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, these texts go on and on and on, so some have been omitted for time's sake, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, just be careful. There might be some on here that are.
Can you go ahead and read, Detective Walton, the very first text bubble in State's
Not
Exhibit
kid-friendly.
79? Yeah.
So this text message is to a friend named Tina Spring. It says, so I have no idea when I'm going to be able to talk to you over the phone, but I am pretty much having a full-blown emotional affair.
All right, and can you list the date
It's April 20th of 2020.
of 2020 and the time?
Time is 2:51 p.m.
Is that right? All
Lunch
right,
is in
and
15
can you
minutes.
keep going?
The second one states, and Jamie knows about it. And that's dated 4/20/2020 at approximately 2:52 p.m. The third one, this guy I dated in high school and college. We broke up because I was finishing school, and after he got out of basic training, he was deployed to South Korea. That was dated 4/20/2020, 2:53.
Okay, and I guess we should have started with this, Detective Walton, and I apologize. These texts are from Jennifer Faith, correct?
Yes.
And who were they to?
Her friend, Tina Spring,
Okay, and who was Tina Spring?
a good friend of her, a close friend of hers,
Okay, and where does Tina Spring live?
Arizona.
All right. And did she know Tina Spring? Did you come to find out that she knew Tina Spring when she lived in Arizona?
Yes, they used to work together.
They used to work together.
Yeah, Jennifer, Mrs. Faith, was actually Tina's supervisor.
Okay. And at some point during the investigation, after you get these texts, do you go out to Arizona and actually speak to Tina Spring?
Yes, I do.
Okay. And does Tina Spring confirm that, yes, she did get these texts from Jennifer Faith?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so what we're reading, the green bubbles, is everything is Jennifer Faith so far, correct?
Yes,
So the guy she dated back in high school and college.
that's correct.
Oh, that was so good.
Okay, can you read the next one?
The next one states he ended up going to Special Forces and served 26 years. That's April the 20th, 2020 at 2:53 as well p.m.
All right, and the next one?
Just retired and found me. 4/20/2020 at 2:53 p.m.
The next one.
The next one said we were going to get married at the time. And that's also on 4/20.
All right.
Said,
Read the next four.
okay. So then I met Amber's bio dad. That's 4/20/2020. Right after he left. It's been crazy, and I know I am so stupid for doing this. And I know you're at work, and I'm probably blowing your mind right now. Laugh out loud.
Okay, and then we have a response from Tina, is that correct?
It's a lot with no response.
Yes.
Okay, can you read that for the jury?
Tina responds, no, it's totally okay. And that's 4/20/2020 at approximately 3:17 p.m. Said Jamie knows. How does he feel?
And Jennifer's response?
Scared and sad is what he said. Tina, we haven't had sex in 4 years.
And then Tina's response.
Why?
Look at the reaction in the courtroom here.
Okay. Can you continue reading?
Yes.
This is from Jennifer.
Yes. So I told him I feel like we love each other, but we are not in love with each other. They said, I don't know. I constantly try to initiate.
She is 3 years old.
Linda, happy
Tina
birthday to your
responds,
dog.
I give you credit for being upfront.
Okay, and continue with Tina.
Okay. Where does the other guy live?
Jennifer's response.
Tennessee. He's originally from Tucson. His mom and siblings are still there.
And a response from Tina.
He was stationed out of Tennessee and bought a house there with 20 acres. So he's there now. And Tina responds, "Oh wow. How often do you talk?"
This is still on 420, correct?
Yes, correct.
And her response?
All day, every day.
All day, every
That's
day.
420, 2020, 3:38 p.m. Text mostly. Calls at least once a day.
This is, yep. It's going to get creepier.
Okay.
He's in the middle, left, Darrin.
Presumably they're talking about a photo.
That's correct.
All right.
Tina responds, "OMG, you look so cute." He's cute too.
Okay, so in this, what Rose finds is that she's having an emotional affair,
Correct.
and that his name is Darrin, and that he lives in Tennessee.
That's correct.
Okay, what do you guys do with this information?
We started doing more research, checking our databases, and also too, I believe that we found some information.
Well, before you get there, what do you do in the phone? Do you find anyone named Darrin in her contact list?
Right.
Okay, and what is his name?
Darrin Lopez.
All right, and what is the information given in that contact of Darrin Lopez?
His telephone number, and I believe his one of his emails, and
His
address.
emails?
Yes, and also his address.
Okay, and where does his address state he resided?
I believe in Cumberland Furnace, Tennessee.
Okay.
I believe it was Sweetwater. Sweet Home is the street.
Okay, so the same information generally that you're getting from this text from Jennifer to Tina, you're finding matches this contact for a man named Darrin Lopez.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, and what do you do with this information?
We began checking databases, and then we, once we learned his address, we contacted one of the local agencies to drive by there. Once they arrived on the street.
Slow down just a little bit so they understand what you're doing. So he's in Tennessee, as
Yes.
far as you know.
Mm-hmm.
Easy there,
And
Turbo.
you're asking what local agency to do a drive-by?
I believe the local agency there, I can't remember the exact name of the agency, but we contacted them.
Local
And
police agency or local
yes,
sheriff's office?
yes, ma'am. And they did a drive-by where they could not see the house because it was far from the road. It's on 20 acres.
Okay, so it's true he did have 20 acres or such?
Yes.
Okay, and they couldn't see anything from the road?
No.
Okay. Tell me, before we even get there, also what did you find from your checking all the LEA databases, the law enforcement agency databases? What do you find that also connects Darrin Lopez to your case here in Dallas?
Could you
Do you
restate?
find that there's a particular car that's registered to him?
A little bit
Yes,
leading.
the Nissan Titan truck.
Okay.
They're getting away with the leading
Do you
questions
come across that after you get the information about Darrin Lopez?
because
and his
defense is not.
contact information?
Yeah, we learned that
fighting
he
this.
had a Nissan truck, Titan truck.
Okay. And what was registered to him and where it was registered to him also matched the address in Tennessee, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So after you can't get anyone, and this is around mid-October, would that be correct?
That's correct.
After you do not have any success in seeing where his truck is, what do you do next? Or if his truck is there, or if he's there?
Detective Barnes, I believe he contacted some of his contacts on the federal side that was down there on the ATF, and they were able to do a flyover his residence.
Okay, all right.
Spy plane flew over the
And we'll
house,
talk
literally.
to Detective Barnes later. And here's where...
No warrant needed.
Can you explain to the jury, here at this point, you and Barnes start working together
Yes.
pretty closely. Can you tell the jury why?
Detective Barnes, dealing with the state side, he's a homicide detective as well, but he also is ATF. So the access that he has on the federal side was great for this investigation because we found out that the potential suspect lived out of state.
Okay. And so he's contacting the feds, and which agency is he contacting?
ATF.
At the ATF. Okay. And we will talk to him later, but during the course of the investigation,
You get the ATF
you
guy.
come to find out that Barnes is able to get them to do a flyover. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And what do you get from this flyover?
We received photos of the actual property and the truck with the T emblem.
Okay. So that's
Busted.
confirmation that this particular truck is at this house that matches Darrin Lopez's name and Darrin Lopez's address.
That's correct.
Okay.
Why don't you mark your spot? We're going to take our lunch
Okay.
break right now.
They're going to do lunch break, so we're going to do a quick wrap up
I'm going
and
to give
show
you
you
some instructions.
what's happening
They're
here.
not different than what I've told you before. Please don't do any independent research on this case. Please don't discuss the case even among yourselves. And please be back in the jury room at 12:45, ready to come back in to continue this trial. Thank you very much. All rise for the jurors.
Yes, AJ, I do have a drone. It's actually very difficult to fly legally in North Carolina, and filming makes it even worse, where if I accidentally film someone's house without their permission, even from a mile away, they could sue me for $10,000 per video that their house appears in. It's screwed up laws, but I didn't move here for the drone laws. Have you ever metal detected with a drone? No, I haven't combined the two. That would be fun. We're going to do a quick update. This right there is the defendant on the screen. That is Darrin Lopez. He's accused of murdering his high school sweetheart's husband. Darrin is former military. Let's see, I think we're going to lunch right now. Let's see.
Court's in recess.
Court's in recess. No business. There we go. So we have. He's accused of driving from Tennessee to Texas to kill Jennifer's husband. Now, he does this after he has had a long conversation for months of hundreds of thousands of communications with Jennifer, and some of them he believes are from Jamie, the target on the that he was going to eliminate. And those emails from Jamie were describing abuse that Jennifer is suffering and that he is perpetuating. And so he went down with the idea that he was going to eliminate Jamie because of what he was doing to Jennifer. It turns out Jamie was not emailing him. Jennifer was emailing him pretending to be Jamie, and it sounds like all of the stories, the allegations of abuse, were made up. So you have these, former boyfriend, girlfriend who connect again after almost 30 years, and have what the defendant or what Jennifer described an emotional affair. And she ends up manipulating, I guess is the only word I can use, manipulating him into believing that something is happening that is hurting her. And he takes action on it and drives down, waits in the dark for 5 hours for them to come out on their morning walk for walking the dog, and then puts 7 into Jamie and kills him on the spot, and then turns around and drives back to Tennessee. Crazy case. This was big. You probably saw this on 48 Hours. They did a special on this. The special is on YouTube if you want to catch up with that. It is bizarre. Now, there is some content on here. I realize some of you were over on the Shabusiness trial saying, hey, this is crazy stuff. What else is on there? What else is out here to watch? But we've got some of that here as well, because the texting, I believe the term is sexting, that was going on was pretty advanced in this case. So just be aware. This may not be the safe place you think it is when you're popping in. What we do have is great camera angles and great audio on this. And what's interesting is the defense is not saying he didn't do it. They're not saying that he's not guilty because he didn't commit the crime. They're saying he's not guilty because he did this with under a true belief that he was stopping another crime from occurring, that he was stopping the abuse. DMB says, warning, a mountain of sex messages and not tame ones either. That's basically what we have in store. I don't know how far they're going to go into those. It was covered in the opening statements, and that alone was enough for YouTube to demonetize this live stream as they described things in quite detail. But yeah, you saw this on 48. Knew it was familiar. Yes, this is the same one. The same one. We're pursuing that. Jennifer has already admitted to her role in this. She's admitted to making these emails, for making this stuff up, and is serving life without parole as part of that. She was originally just charged with obstruction because she called Darrin and said, "Hey, you need to take the sticker off your truck. I think and let's delete texts and let's reset our phones and all that." That was her original charge, and while she was being held on that one, they got the additional evidence and then charged her with murder. And to get the death penalty off the table, she took a plea and pled guilty, life without parole. And so she's currently serving time. Now they're going for the hitman, the gunman, the guy who drove down her high school sweetheart. and that's what this trial is. So his defense is that everything I knew, I was doing the right thing. I was helping out a situation where this woman was trapped and being abused. So I'm not sure if this is going to fly with a jury. They also have played the information or presented the information to the jury that he has prior military service, which he does. He served in Iraq. As part of that, he was a medic. He was with his unit when they got hit with a roadside bomb. 19 members of his unit were killed in that attack. He received a traumatic brain injury, and still has PTSD from this. So you've got all these things the jury has to consider. Defense is not coming out and saying he didn't do it. They're not arguing against the witnesses that presented evidence. They're not trying to keep pictures out. They're not trying to keep testimony out. At least not yet, because they're not fighting that fight. They haven't chosen to say, as if we can keep the evidence out that proved it was him, then he'll get off. That's not what they're doing. They're saying, yeah, he pulled the trigger, but this is why, so you should find him not guilty. I don't know if this will fly. I really don't. This is more tame than show business. Yes, so far. I think what we have in this one is basically what the prosecution has set out as a fantasy relationship, where there was some role playing going on between these two individuals, where abuse was part of the role play, and that's sick and twisted. But defense says no, that's not the case. The abuse was not part of the role play. The abuse was what Jennifer was sending to Darrin to get him to do what she wanted, which was to get her out of a marriage she wasn't happy with. Even though it was, what from the outside looked like a good marriage. She had, they had plenty of money. They had, they were quote unquote happy. But
rough, another lunatic trial. Rough, gotta go. My human is coming.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. I appreciate it. Bite me with the pup. Sending a super chat. Thank you very much. Love the Yellow Courthouse by your name as well. So I think that's. Will this be worse than Jensen? Jensen was sick and twisted in his own unique way. He was trying to interject his sexual fantasies into basically every environment that he was in. In this one, we have a former boyfriend and girlfriend who communicate mostly digitally, some on the phone, verbally, but are emotionally carrying on a relationship, and it approaches sexual relationship remotely over the phone. So that's what we have. So I think it'll be a little bit different that way. It won't be quite to Mark Jensen's style, but we might get some spicy depictions of things. Red Pen said, I decided to like it here, beeps and all, over the sickness of this show business. I'll rewatch show business on a replay at Brandy's later on 2 times speed. Yeah, I was talking to Brandy the other day. She's got her hands full with that case. For those of you that want to watch that is exciting for you. I hope it goes well. Obviously, that's a big one in the news that we want to see reach a resolution. I don't see how she's not going to be found guilty on that one, but she is just crazy, wacko, weird. You always have to be on your toes. You never know what's going to pop up on that live stream. Anyway, let's see. We have lunch right now. I didn't hear what time he said lunch was over. Have you guys heard? Did anyone see? Do we have an hour for lunch?
Correct.
Hour and a half. This judge takes short breaks, only 45-minute lunch. Okay. So if that's the case, we're going to come back at just after 1:30, maybe 1:40 or so. Would that work? 12:45. So we'll come back about 5 minutes before they come back. So 12:40 their time, which would put at 1:40 my time. That gives us about 35 minutes. Poor Brandy's doing great. Brandy is awesome. I love her. She does an amazing job. Those of you know that Brandy started in YouTube with the Alex Murdaugh trial. I mean, that's when she became famous for doing what she's really good at, and is making charts and taking a ton of data and packing it together. It's awesome. I'm not sure how many charts she needs to do in the show business trial, but I can't wait to see what she can do with Koberger, as that one's coming up, because that'll be a ton. Quick Uber Eats for RA The Bachelors is what I watch. No, I'm going to run out and find something in the fridge. I believe Mrs. RA, anticipating that she would be gone this week, she actually just texted me and indicated that she's enjoying life on the beach right now on the Outer Banks. So she's enjoying that while I'm here. But she said she basically filled the freezer with stuff I can just microwave. So I'm going to go raid the freezer and throw something. I think it's going to be not cup of noodles, but I think it is Chinese, frozen Chinese. Just have to reheat. Yeah, she'll need to chart out the pieces of the deceased. Oh my goodness, that's too much red pen. Wow, that's crazy. Okay, at what point are the text messages? Bite me. We're just coming up to them right now. This is interesting because we talk about Cellbrite. Usually in other trials, we've had like the whole chain of command of who had the cell phone and where it went, and they sent it to this investigator, and they plugged it into this device, and they're authenticated, and we have an expert that uses this, have used this for X many years. On this case, because the defense is not fighting the evidence, okay, the prosecution could just say, oh, and you did a Cellbrite analysis, and that's right, okay, and we're going to move to admit it, and the defense doesn't fight it. This is not the battle they chose to fight. Instead, they're fighting they want to win the jury over on sympathy for the defendant of what the defendant knew when he committed this and under what auspices, is that the right word, he committed this crime. Melissa Ann, just home from OBX. So sad to leave. Oh, it is beautiful, Melissa. Glad you got to check it out. My wife is there now with the kids. Are you watching the BK trial? We will be. We will be for sure. Of course, it's going to happen, I guess, roughly about the same time as Sarah Boone. So that'll be fun. Yeah, this is a store-bought fruit, Britta. My wife is amazing, Diet Coke Mama. You know that. She is absolutely incredible. They're out on the Outer Banks. It just sent them the Airbnb code because they are letting them check in early, so they'll go straight from the beach to the Airbnb here in about an hour. Thank you, Aztec Art. It is time for lunch. I just have enough time to throw something in the microwave and scarf it down, and we'll be back. I do plan on making a little change to the logo here. I think I'm going to take the red sight off the deceased and make it a black sight, just so it doesn't look so harsh. Any other suggestions, let me know. Oh, that sounds good. Alicia, roast carrots, potatoes, and cornbread. Sounds delicious. All right. I'm also going to try to fix my intro so it'll work after lunch. I can't make any promises, but we'll give it a go. When is the BK case and Sarah Boone case scheduled to air? Both of them are currently slated for the fall, but both of them could push again. Sarah Boone might not happen till the first of the year. But wow. I'm making a fake registered nurse certificate so I can visit RA. We're coming along very nicely. I think we're almost done with all the mudding. Then we're going to go to paint. Then we're going to do the cabinets, the plumbing, electrical, flooring, appliances, and we're good to go. And most of it's in there. We have the beds, we have the mattress, we have the TV, we have the internet. Everything is set up, ready to go out there. So we're so excited. Here soon, we'll be ready to go.
Kick back, taking it easy.
Let's see you on the other side. Thank you. At lunchtime, see you soon. Fiber internet. Yes, it's going to be fast internet out there. If I can, honestly, I'm having trouble terminating the cable. 6-volt. I might need your help on this one. It's a Cat 7A. I think it's the grounded, shielded internet cable, and I'm having trouble terminating it. My tester keep messing up at least one wire every single time, so I'm running short of wire to get it fixed. Anyway, that's it. I'm going to go to lunch tonight. When you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again here at about 35 minutes or so is all. 30 minutes. We'll be back. So see ya. Have a great lunch. Bye.
Kick back, taking it easy.